Sorry, I'm gonna try to automate all this stuff. It's just takes forever. Uh, uh, yeah, I need to do a print blog. I tried a couple new settings on the stream, so if any of the audio is weird, let me know. I'm using YouTube's audio library, so I don't get copyright strikes. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, so I'm pulling 6,000 kbps, no frame drops, so it's a pretty smooth stream. I'm using NVIDIA Broadcast to do studio audio, and then I'm piping in the music audio separately. So video should look good, everything should look good. I blasted everything I could. Okay. So MacBook has the instructions. Thermistor prep. So the first thing you see in the box, when I open the box, that's the thermistor. Unfortunately, the GoPro is like right in view of the camera, so I'm gonna try this real quick. This might look weird. Take these tools out. There you go. I think that's good. I do look a little ghostly though, but I don't know how to fix that. But you can see I can put my hands in front of there and you can see all the light reflection. So anyway. Or one thermistor. Thermistor has a longer cable. New thermistor comes in a separate bag. Let me know if the music is bad. I'm gonna turn it down for myself. I'll turn it down a little bit. But I'd rather have this than dry music altogether. Yeah, I'm dropping the music. The problem is that the audio that they pick is all kind of all over the place. There you go. Play some thermistor. Mister. Okay. Hey, Brian Vines. You are awesome. It's a long time I haven't seen any of your videos. I don't think the algorithm is pushing anything unless you haven't been doing much content. But we miss you. I know 3D printing YouTube is hard specifically because our hobby is expensive and time consuming. And you have to constantly get new items to show off. And 3D printing companies, except for Bamboo, don't like to spend money on small-time creators. So, hey, Poity. Is it Poity? I forget. Obviously, we talk all the time. I just never pronounced your screen name. One every 2 weeks, more or less. Yeah, I think the algorithm is not doing you justice. I will check my subscriptions and make sure I get notifications on, but like I have not seen your stuff come up at all. But also, YouTube has been recommending 3D printing videos less in general to me. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on there. So, okay. Place the thermistor under the heat bed, ensuring the tip is positioned in the circle. It's important the thermistor is use aluminum tape to fix the thermistor in place. Keep the tip of the thermistor in the circle there. Yeah, I have car videos a lot too, because I like car videos. I used to have, like, I was watching nothing but woodworking videos at one point. Now it's just video essays, pretty much video essays. And honestly, I'm probably gonna start, I mean, a lot of my content, good content, is like not on YouTube. Like, it's custom, you know, it's just subscription services that go directly to the content creators themselves. Like, yeah, Nebula. I was subscribed to Corridor Crew. They have some pretty good videos, but not enough to really justify the subscription. But really, like, if you ever watch anything from Dropout TV, they're really good. A lot of my stuff, like I looked at my YouTube review, like end of year review thing, and it basically said that I think Smosh was my most watched channel from this year, which makes sense because they actually are really. They have so much variety. But they're kind of improv humor stuff. I think I have this upside down. Yeah, I used to do a lot of Lego content. I didn't do it, but I mean, I watched a lot of Lego content, but I got really into Lego GBC, Great Ball Challenge. So if you look at my YouTube channel, I have a video about my Lego GBC stuff. It looks like I pushed the thermistor directly on there. It's a little bead, so it's a little glass bead. It's like a little surface mount thermistor that just goes on. So back, so yeah, so it's the thermistor part facing downward. And this little piece of aluminum foil tape. You can see they literally just put it down. Captain tray facing. So it looks like they use something to kind of place it. It's the purple alcohol, just in case. In this area. Let it dry. Problem is cutting your fingernails so they can't peel tape off. I'm probably gonna have to work on my setup because I feel like my live stream setup is kind of limited based on my space and the equipment I own. I don't think it's a bad setup, but I definitely want to have more of a legit camera and microphone setup. This microphone is actually pretty good. It's a Samsung RX9, I think. It's basically a lav mic pack that just goes into a USB dongle. So it's just a USB lav mic. Uses an analog receiver, and it's just a pretty bare bones lav mic. And yeah, my latency, as we found out last night, was about 30 seconds. Okay, we're gonna assume that is placed in a central location, in the right location. Now we're gonna put the capstone tape on top of it. I'm going to trust in this circle. It's right next to the magnet too, this magnet. So it kind of looks like the picture. I look this way. This way. It looks like I actually didn't, I can peel and re-stick it. I'm gonna make it look like theirs, where I line up the do not so the circle is lined up. I don't think the foil tape placement is important, but I do know that it should be probably covering up. Okay, so it's in the center of the circle. There we go. I think it's supposed to overlap this part here, the wire, so that it's not just on the Kapton tape part, the flex circuit part. So I don't want the flex circuit to be fatigued by vibration. I know that's what the other Kapton tape is for, but okay, and then another little pass of alcohol. Come in here. I'm doing this a little backwards, but make sure it doesn't obstruct any holes in the heat bed. So it basically has to be like right here. That's what it's supposed to look like. So I'm going to start around here, and it's going to end at the Mark 52 here. And it has to be centered there. So yeah, there's a lot more involved when you do the conversion kit, because you basically have to redo a lot of the components. I guess it might be a little faster because then you don't have to rebuild the neck extruder from scratch. I think you could just convert the neck extruder. Just change the cover out. They might have me relabel it. Hey, good afternoon. Good morning for like 1 minute. Still morning. Yeah, I tried to get started as early as possible, but like I had to eat and make sure the stream was good. But I plan to go 8 hours today. So I really want to get this done. Yeah, I can't even get the Kapton started. There you go. I think they die cut the Kapton tape. The problem with Kapton tape is it's very sensitive. It's really thin stuff, so it's and the tape, the adhesive that they use is not really sticky. I hope and just trying to peel. Peel and stick. Get all the air bubbles out. Yeah, it sticks once and never again, but I'm going to try it anyway. At least trying to get majority of these bubbles out. There you go. I don't think I did any better or worse than they would have done. But they probably have actual tools to do this. But I think that's pretty clean. And just to make sure. More alcohol. Yeah, I went to bed at like 2. So I stayed for about an hour or 2 after the stream ended. So I think I did pretty good. So yeah, I got up at like 8:39, probably closer to 9. If you're really nitpicky, no, I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna touch it. It's the part where I curled it up, but it's gonna be hidden under a bed sheet or under a piece of metal, so you won't see it. And they only give you one piece of Kapton, so I'd have to go find my Kapton tape if I wanted to redo it. I do have Kapton sheets somewhere. I just don't know where it is. Yay! Yay! Next extruder rework. Yay! Okay. Now store this so that it doesn't get damaged. Wow, that is a much longer cable. They give you like at least a meter of cable length. Okay. Now you can read this while I'm doing that. I'm gonna save the bags. I don't probably need them, but I'm gonna save all the bags just in case. So the plexiglass, the plexi set here. Oh. Electronics and chamber parts here. Metal parts. Trying to put them on my bed so I can see where they are. It even came with a little booklet. Happy printing. Yeah, their packaging is pretty crazy. Like, this is happy printing, and then it's just like a spacer. It basically has nothing in it. For XY parts, hinges. I think that's just the fastener set. Metal parts 3. I believe there's a metal parts. I have metal parts 2 and 3, and then metal parts 1 I think is at the bottom. Printed parts. I think these have the PCCF parts in it. This is the important box. Electronics and fasteners. This is the metal parts box, which has cardboard handles in it, so you can pull it out easier. You can't see it, sorry. Essentially, it's a giant cardboard box that's inside of a cardboard box. But yeah, that has a lot of metal parts in it. Here, I'll put this on the table. You can see there are cardboard handles, so you can pull it out. It's easier. Okay. And now the big thing is, I've heard complaints that the instructions don't tell you where to find the parts. So I'm going to, hopefully that the instructions are pretty accurate, but. Okay, so it does tell you, printed parts box. So from the printed parts box, we're gonna get the extruder cover. See, it looks injection molded. It is injection molded. Okay. Good to know. Yeah. No, packaging. We probably spend more on packaging than some people probably spend on their printer hardware. Just because of how expensive the EU and US manufacturing is. But the less you have, comes with a cheat sheet on the back. That's really clever. So I'm gonna put the cheat sheet right here on this wall. Actually, I'll put that over here. And it's also the scale. I tried printing my own, but just to show you the cheat sheet real quick, I can grab a random screw. And there you go. It's to scale. So that's an M3 by 18. And then I can take a weird one like a countersink grub screw that's really small and M3 by 4 countersink. I don't know what they mean by BT and RT and all that stuff. T is Torx. R, I think, is like a rounded head. T is taper, so like a taper, like a countersink, I believe. That's no, I'm sorry, B. B would be considered button head, but they might have a check word for it. But I think B is, yeah, B's countersink, R is button head. The rest of them are cap screws. And then any specialty screws. There's one Imperial fastener because of stupid standards, but there is a 6/32, whatever that means, screw. And then those stupid nylon rivets, which they're not stupid. They're actually really clever, but they're just annoying. But I'm gonna find that out soon. Okay, so we're doing take the extruder assembly. Open the idler. Loosen the 3 screws in the gearbox, but do not remove it. Carefully remove the screws while holding the assembly together to prevent it from coming apart. Remove the cover while keeping the rest of the gearbox together. I hope they are gonna have us do loosen the 3 screws. Carefully remove the screws while holding the assembly together to prevent it from coming apart. Okay. To be fair, there is a screw hidden under here. That's actually a set screw, a torque set screw. I believe these are fully out, so I should be able to lift the cover. There you go. And the grease doesn't look that bad either. Hey, it's Precor, Justin. How's it going? Apply more grease between the gears if your gearbox lacks lubrication. If there's sufficient lubrication, you can leave it. I'm going to add lubrication. I believe this comes with an extra kit. Yeah, it comes with a toolkit, which I should have known. I'm definitely going to keep this. Man, I'm going to apply this with the end of a Q-tip. Generally, we just put a tiny dab of grease on the corner of stuff. I'm not going to overdo it, because you can lock up the gearbox if you have too much. I'm just being better safe than sorry. Yeah, Justin, I think you did the conversion kit as well. Big organization project for my 3D stuff for years. Happened everywhere, boxes, random stuff. Yeah, organization is a huge project. Jared 3D drawers. Drawary. Yeah, the Drawary drawers are really nice. Yeah, Brian Vines, we need to have you at 3D printing events. That would be really cool to see you again. Yeah, I am still on the fence if Rocky Mountain's gonna happen. Because I don't get sponsored events and my company doesn't send me the events for paid events. So if I went as the backpack printer person, I would have to do it probably as a sponsored trip again. Also, I may or may not be going to Rapid, but we'll see. If I go to Rocky Mountain, it's probably going to be with LDO, but we're going to see about that. Yeah, it's the same weekend as Rapid TCT in Boston. and Boston is closer than. Yeah. Well, I think what we discussed earlier is that maybe we can make an arrangement to have the backpack printer there without me. There's always that option. I would not mind doing that at all. Yeah, I've already bugged Jason. I'm just gonna let him cook because he's gonna, I think he has to be pretty strategic on how he does his events and marketing. Oh wow, so it's like right before Remurf. I don't think I'm gonna get that much time off. That's the biggest issue, is I don't get a lot of time off of this job, and I have to be strategic with it. So if I do go, it's gonna be either, unless Prusa wants me to market for them, which I doubt it, but I would love to. I mean, I'd be happy with them just giving me a mini and telling me to make a mini backpack. Like, I would totally do that. Core 1 backpack is not going to happen, though. Yeah, the positron is not the issue. I'm actually looking at the Delta Flyer, because the Delta Flyer is the latest kit, and I think it's the cheaper of the options, and it's small. It's about as small, if not, it's probably about the size of the positron, just taller. I was going to try to basically reuse the positron frame and then just put a Delta Flyer on it, and that way I can swap out printers without having to change everything out on it, because it's a triangle shaped frame, so I can pretty much put the Delta Flyer in the same footprint as the positron. So yeah, I don't know, we'll see if I end up doing a Delta Flyer. Isn't that the little shuttle ship that goes from the Enterprise? Yeah, I think it's the little shuttle that goes from the Enterprise to the planets or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a Trekkie, but you can't not be a Trekkie, I guess. I don't know, in my opinion. Oh, interesting thing about this is they put a Teflon ring on the backside of this thing, I guess to prevent friction. And the other one doesn't have that. It's actually thinner. This is actually thicker than this one. I think I personally want to have I would love to have a transparent window, but I realized that the grease would just make it look like really bad. So we'll see. I might have to get I might just replace it with super lube and then do super lube, a saturated with super lube, and then just put a polycarbonate cover on it. But anyway, fix the assembly together with the screws. Save for later use. Okay, I'm gonna take the bearings. They're not like perfectly smooth, but it seems it's okay. That one's a little stickier. Penis smooth. That's even more sticky. You don't want it too loose though, I think. So if it's too loose, it will. Oh yeah, that's much smoother. Let's try this one. I think it's this one. I think it's these two. We're gonna check these two. Good morning, Steve. Thank you for joining. Hopefully you'll see you would be the expert so far on this conversion kit, because I think you've done it. So, hey, it's everybody. I must be getting rated or something. I'm just doing all the prep now. So I just tore down last night. I tore down my Mark IV, salvaged all the parts. And then we'll list the parts required one by one. Okay. So I'm going to take these two bearings. I need the pulleys. Yeah, just staying organized is like half the battle on this. I have two idler pulleys. Two GT2 pulleys. Idler pulleys. Heat bed spacer. So all this stuff is in this bin. So I have a little organization bin, which is super useful. I have all the magic boxes. Or sorry, the expansion joints. I don't think they're called that anywhere else. Expansion joints. Expansion joints, heat bed spacer. Heat bed spacer. And then the two trapezoidal nuts. And does it look like the picture? It looks like the picture to me. Okay. Hey, thank you for being subscribed. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. So a lot of my subscribers are because I am friends with Shank from Shank Builds. He does portable Wii. He does like portable Wiis. He does like CRT, like retro gaming, like CRT TVs. His recent video, he has the largest Sony CRT TV ever made. it's a 40-something inch TV. It's huge. He had it directly he basically shipped it from Japan, from a shop in Japan. It's a really good story. Anyway, I helped him with my old Simi CNC Artemis and my Mosaic palette. I did a multicolor print of a Virtual Boy portable. And so he featured me in a little snippet of me and my stuff in that video. And that was back in 2020. So I ended up getting a lot of subscribers from that. Anyway, so we're going to do Z motor. Yeah, so we have two. They're basically putting everything that I have in the box down here is going to be used. So the 10 millimeter rods, and just to verify, these are the 330 millimeter rods, and these are 325. There we go. Yeah, it is a big tube for sure. Yeah, I'm playing with my rods and my ball screws. No, they're lead screws, not ball screws. No, actually, they're lead screws, not ball screws. Although, if Prusa did use ball screws, that would be really nice. I think they only use actually, the only printer they use ball screws on is the SL1S. So if you get a bunch of SL1Ss for some reason, you could use the ball screws from that to actually make a really nice little tiny printer. Oh, that's a great idea. Okay, I won't talk about that. But I'm just thinking, if you had an infinite amount of Prusa parts, what printer would you build that wasn't a Prusa? And I think I have ideas. Y motor, X motor, Z motors, rods. Yeah, I'll see you later, Justin. Thanks for coming. So I will tell everybody, I do not have a Mark 4S. I have a Mark 4. The only difference is I don't have a heater sock. I had to add a high flow hot end nozzle. I have to add a fan to it, essentially. So I have a fan. This is a bunch of the Plus parts, so these are going to be my upgrades for the Plus. Yeah, Prusa mini ball screw. You know what I'm thinking. And then, okay, so the fan, some screws, the love board, the extruder. Okay, so we have pretty much everything. The heat bed power supply, the power supply wires, and the power panic cable. I have those in a box. LCD, buddy board, Wi-Fi. So an interesting thing here is that the Wi-Fi module on that I have is the older one that plugs in here. It does not have the expansion headers on the Mark IV. So I got to get a different Wi-Fi board, and I don't have an NFC board. So I have to get those two things. They're not going to stop me from, building this, but yeah. So I have pretty much everything we need to build this printer here. So I'm going to put all those parts back in here. I'm also keeping all the screws combined. I think I only just need this but I'm gonna keep this other bin just in case I need it. I'm gonna just keep this here. I do have a Gridfinity set up in my drawer on my workbench, but it's not complete. But yes, I am eventually gonna do a not hex board. I'm gonna do multi-board. I'm probably actually gonna do multi-board on here and then multi-bin in my drawer. That way I can use the same bins for everything. Because you can do multi-bin shelves. So I can put the bins that are in the workbench on here, and all my tool holders can actually just be placed on here or in here. So I kind of want like a whole bunch of compatibility. So I think I'm going to just do multi-board, multi-bin. But I have to replace the pegboard or overlay the pegboard that I have currently with multi-bin. Awesome. Congratulations. I will hopefully be debt-free in 2027, but it depends on how they want to handle the student loan system. Currently, it is not looking good. So, but basically, they have until 2026 to make a decision about the borrower's defense, but we won't go in on that on stream. But essentially, the current administration is making student loans outlook pretty bleak. So hope you don't have any more student loans by 2026, because you're probably gonna be hurting. We're gonna do the bottom panel, which is in part 1 of 3. That is the heaviest box, and then 6 zip ties. So to clean up this area, I'm gonna put all the stuff away. I'm gonna go get my metal parts 1 of 3. But yeah, I think credit card debt should be done by the end of next year, as far as I know. I've been paying into a program for the last 3 years, so. The bottom panel is actually underneath. Oh, wow. Wow. That is heavy. This is probably at least almost 3 kilograms, 3 or 4 kilograms. This is a really heavy plate. It's also the thickest one. It looks like they're, oh, it's because it's solid. It's basically a solid plate. Wow, that is crazy. I don't know if my desk is warped or this is warped, but I think, oh yeah, my mat is warped. This is not a flat sheet or a flat plate. It's not too bad, but it's not machine precision, obviously. Electronics and fasteners. They give you some pre-cement samples. They give you 2 sets of zip ties. So they give you, they're all the same size, but they're 2.5 by 160 zip ties. Sorry, cable ties. They're not name brands. Yeah, hopefully we can buy a house by 2030. But I'll be in my mid-40s. Actually, it would be a good timing if I could actually make that work instead of... But I also know a lot of other things are going to go on in my 40s that I'm not prepared for, so... We also won't talk about that. But so far I've had a pretty good run for my 30s. I'm doing pretty well. Aw. Thank you. You need to come over more often. Yeah, come to the US more often. By the way, this is not a symmetrical panel. I'm going to orient it like they have it in the picture. Note the twin holes for the zip ties and the perimeter of the panel. Twin holes, these. Insert zip ties through them, placing them along sides, partially tightening them and engage them. Do not fully secure them. Orient the heads outside, inside or outside, doesn't matter. I'm going to do it how they orient it. So they're basically putting it in this way. The whole core one isn't symmetrical, and so many people haven't noticed. Oh yeah, it's not symmetric at all. Well, like, the filament sensor is on the right, and theoretically you could put this filament sensor and the spool holder on the left, in theory, but the XY stage doesn't have a hole on the left side, so you can't do that without doing some weird workaround or drill a hole in your gantry plate. Yeah. I don't even think the Vorons are symmetrical. That's a Steve question, but I don't think even the Voron pieces could be like mirrored or asymmetrical. I think they're all asymmetrical in some way. You're all symmetrical. Maybe that's my problem, is I'm not asymmetrical. I'm I don't know. I know that they say that beauty standards are defined by how symmetrical your face is, and that doesn't make sense to me at all. You have like, there's like celebrities with like the smirk thing, you know, where they can kind of like have the mouth that's asymmetrical and like a crooked nose. Like you could have like look at Owen Wilson, he's not even, or Tom Cruise is like one of the examples is that his front 2 teeth, one of his teeth is actually asymmetrical to his nose, but it starts getting creepy when you talk about beauty standards and face symmetry. Yeah. And look how good the print-a-block printer is, you know? Can you do a 15-minute benchies yet? I've been meaning to ask. That's one exciting thing about the Core 1 is I should theoretically be able to do 12-minute benchies pretty easily on this once it's built. Not that I really care. But from the experience I have with the Core 1, it is significantly faster than anything Prusa has had before because of the Core XY. But I'm going to be chasing quality. I belt tensioning, make sure that there's no obvious VFAs, like all that stuff. I'm going to try to scrutinize it as much as possible. It's really hard to see this. Hold on, this might screw something up. There we go. Okay. I have to put the chat on the left side or else I can't see it. It's easier to see the screen because I'm using a MacBook screen, so it's like a 4:3 aspect ratio. So I have the two things side by side. There is no reason. There is no reason to have a 12-minute benchy. It's the reason why people measure car speeds in 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. Cool, but can you get on the highway and not cut people off? That's the real trick. Does your car ride like really bouncy the whole time because you can go quick? I'm all for like the car being smooth and fast. That's how I am with printers. I think printers should be. You should be able to have a printer that prints well and also works well. I think my battery's dying on my mouse. Yeah, let me swap the battery on this thing. I think this is oh yeah, this is a battery I've had for a long time. I am so cheap that I will try to save AA batteries. That was really loud, sorry. It also could be the contacts are starting to get corroded on here. I'm gonna have to look into that. This mouse is really old though. This is a Logitech 570, M570. I like this one because of the ball mouse. But the one I have at work that Nomad gave me actually has ball bearings. These are Teflon ball bearings. But it's the same size ball. But it uses one battery and it's like it usually lasts forever one battery. But it's great for streaming because I don't have to have a mouse surface. I can pretty much put this anywhere. I can even use it on my leg if I wanted to. So this is the confusing part I've found out. You basically are looking for Z-axis left and Z-axis right. So there's basically two left motors. Essentially what they're doing is they give you a second left motor. So this is the left motor, this is the right motor. Let's put those in order so I know. And then the chamber electronics and chamber parts. This is the other left motor. So these two motors here are left motors. And then we're gonna do a right motor, or the motor mounts. That's in the printed part pack, and these look like this. So, so it's a motor washer, which is a printed part, the motor mount, and the Z-rod mount is a printed part. Motor washers are in electronics and chamber, so printed parts package. So let's get the Z motor mount and Z-rod mount. I'm somewhat familiar with a lot of these parts, but it has been a while since I built one. But the bags actually have printed on them Z motor mount and Z rod mount. So the washers are transparent, so it's really hard to tell. I believe these are PCCF, if I had to guess. It might be PETG, I still don't know. And then the rod mounts. There's basically two rod mounts. Also, I'm going to take this out. This is going to be a useful tool later. But basically, this is our multi-tool. It has a bunch of, I think it's your pulley spacing and a bunch of other stuff that it does. Trying to keep all the boxes organized in case I have to, put them all in my back in the box and continue this later. But there is a real possibility that I will have to build the rest of this after I get back from my trip. So I can't guarantee that I'm going to have this printer done today or tomorrow, unfortunately. Electronics and chamber parts. I'm not putting the feet on. Three transparent parts and one extra trapezoidal nut. Yeah, I will say half of this kit is going to be looking for parts. Most of this kit is looking for parts. If you're going to build this with somebody, which I recommend, have the person just find the parts for you and have somebody build it for you. Electronics and fasteners. So we're looking for M3x8s. Yeah, like screws. I should be sorting all my screws. That does help a lot. I might do that after the stream ends so that tomorrow I'll just have them all laid out. Here's M3x8s. But if they keep them in the bag that they come out of, then it's easier to find where they come from. So we're gonna do 24 of them. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 24 of them. If you want to pause the video and count them, feel free. But I can't guarantee that the screws that I took from the Mark IV will match in terms of quantity. So yeah, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. I am being very, very particular about this kit because I want to keep things organized as I build it. As I could definitely do this the quick way, which is not the organized way. Okay, these will turn. Place one Z motor mount on each washer. Okay. Thank you for joining, Brian. I really appreciate it. It's really good to hear from you. We should catch up on social media stuff sometime. I miss our private chats with all the puns involved. Our 3D printing group chats have been kind of lacking recently. So, let's see. The protrusion on the part must face upwards. So these are technically symmetric, as far as I know. Yeah, Brian, we're gonna invite you to more chats, so if you like it, but we'll be we're usually all on Discord. So if you have a Discord, let me know. Cool. So this is a pretty tedious thing. We're just gonna screw these in. So the last printer build I did was a 4 V0, or the Positron. But the Positron build was on Twitch, not YouTube. So if people weren't following me on Twitch, I think they missed out. But I'm kind of doing this the same way I did the Voron or the Positron build, where it's a whole bunch of parts in a tiny box, and I didn't sort them out ahead of time, as I said I was going to, and it took me twice as long to do. And I don't know if there's any tightness spec for these, but I'm just kind of snug fit, and I'm doing them crossways so they're not warped. Sorry, it's hard to see, but essentially I'm just tightening one side and then going the opposite direction in a cross pattern. There's like at least a 0.5 millimeter tolerance, it looks like, for the holes. So it's not like a super tight thing. But all this really does is make sure that the Z motors aren't binding. So it's a flexure. Essentially, it has a cutout. It's just a flexure so that this is the mounting and this is the motor, and the motor can move ever so slightly. So if it's not symmetric, if it's not perfectly radial symmetric, look, it will be able to flex a little bit without binding. I'm also thinking how I would go through and scrub the footage of this stream and like how I would condense it. I think what I would do is just find the highlights of like showing all the parts, and then maybe just do like a kind of edit to the instruction manual, but like skip around a lot, because nobody really wants to see me put in like 5 screws, like, or 24 screws, like, or look for boxes while I'm not on camera. So I'd much rather do this. But I'm just looking at the preview right now and just seeing how it looks like. Yeah. The other thing is once I start building the chassis, I'm going to move the camera out so that the whole printer is in frame. And with live streaming, you don't want to like move the camera as much as possible. So, but like if you're taking a main video, you would edit with multiple camera angles usually. Hey, Cat Combat Gnome. As somebody who's about to start this process myself, it is helpful to see someone work through issues. Yeah, so far I haven't had issues. The only issues I've had are my own. And a lot of the issues right now is that if you do not have a Mark IVS, you have a Mark IV, like I do, that's missing quite a few parts. But they're not critical parts. Like you can still make it work without it. But like really the part cooling fan is the only critical part that you would be missing. But like the NFC reader, the Wi-Fi and NFC reader are different or missing. Like the Mark IV does not have an NFC reader and it has a different Wi-Fi module. And but those are things you can add on like after the fact. And I as far as I know, the firmware will still work without those. The main thing that they say in the instructions that I did not miss was basically you take so you have to have the latest firmware on the Mark IVS before you convert it, because the control board won't recognize the upgrades. So make sure your Mark IV is working and up to date. And then they have you go through and tear down each one and make sure that each part is good. So they do check. But everything I have on the desk right now is all the stuff that I'm going to use from the Mark IV for this upgrade. But like so far, because I've built a Core 1 from a kit, this feels just like the kit. So you're not really missing much. But like the difference between the Core 1 kit and the Core 1 conversion kit is that they don't give you the rod, they don't give you all the rods, They don't give you the extra. They don't give you two motors. Like, yeah, all the motors, the rods, the electronics control boards. You're basically adding on another $400 worth of parts if you don't have the Mark IV. So it's still cheaper to buy a Mark IV or Core 1 kit than to buy a Mark IV and then a Core 1 upgrade kit than it is to just buy the kit standalone. But again, the Mark IV is a great printer by itself, and I would not discourage somebody from upgrading. I'm doing it because I want to be able to print higher temperature materials. I want to be able to print ABS and ASA parts. I want to be able to print PETG, PCCF, that kind of stuff, reliably. I think I'm going to put the plate on. So turn the panel upside down. They haven't told me to eat gummy bears yet, though. I'm disappointed. I mean, I can eat gummy bears whenever I want. But you know what? I'm going to open the bag and eat gummy bears. We're actually in... we're in the base assembly. So we're number 6 in the base assembly. I mean, the base assembly is a huge part of it, and the Core XY assembly is a big part of it. But like once you have all these sub-assemblies here, the body work is pretty easy. Like you're literally just putting panels together. And then wiring. And wiring is actually easier. I think wiring is easier on the Core 1 than it is on the Mark IV. Because you're just passing wires through holes. I also did not consider the USB cable for the buddy cam. I'm not sure if that is included or not. I will like to look that up. I also have some upgrades already for the Mark IV, the Core 1 Plus upgrades. And I have the Core 1 Plus upgrade parts. I'm pretty sure they're ready to go. I think this conversion kit will show me the upgrade process for it. Using the new parts. They're not like super critical parts, but like I will include them while I'm building them. And then the other thing is, yeah, there's just going to be stuff I'm going to have to go back and probably retrofit. And yes, these are probably actually, what do you say? They're all yellow and orange. Okay. Oh. And they taste better than the ones from the US, as far as I know. They taste the same to me. They're kind of sour, actually. Oh, that's because this is a lemon one. It's also all the ingredients are in check. But dextrose, probably gelatin. It actually tastes like a, it almost tastes like a lemon drop drink. Oh. We're supposed to turn this upside down. Okay, so turn this upside down. And I'm facing it like the picture with the hole in the center. Take the Z motor right. which is probably this one. Nope. This one. Oh, that was really loud. Okay. The motor cable must point outwards towards you. Okay. Push both left motors through the bottom panels. The motor cables must point towards the rear motor side. So it looks like, yes, the wires are facing towards me. Oh, I think it's easier if you just lift the plate and put the motors through the plate and to kind of hold them. There you go, like that. Make sure that the motor wires are coming through. Yeah. So the motor wire there. Motor wire back. And this is right going back. Okay. Yeah, that looks right. Okay. So the front has two motors and the rear has one motor. Just to verify that's what they're showing you. Pretty sure we're going to attach it next. Begin securing the motor starting from the rear motor. Insert and fully tighten M3 screws into the rear motor. Make sure your screws stay straight and do not tighten as you turn them. Tilt. Do not over tighten the screws as they are threaded directly into the plastic part. Okay. Make sure this is lined up. Okay. So the problem is if I use the screwdriver, it's going to be slightly tilted. So I probably should use the Allen key. Tighten on here. But yeah, I will say that Prusa does have its own charm with kits, like not in a bad way, just like they have not really gone away from their kits. Honestly, I think this is a better kit than the Mark II and the Mark III. I never built the Mark III, but I've had built a Mark II, and I believe this is the better of the kits. It's hard to keep these things straight. There you go. I'm gonna get them started. I'm gonna do them in opposite corners. I'm not entirely sure how we do them in our manufacturing, but as far as I know, they are like this. What I'm doing is hard. uh, like this is why there's so much labor involved in building a printer. It's just because you have a million little fasteners, and they all have to be perfectly tight. And they have to be straight, tight. They can't crack the plastic. You have to be able to like quickly replace the plastic part if you break one in assembly. And if you're a consumer like me, building this like an actual average person would, you don't have the luxury of being able to just have a part made or have a spare part made. So that's kind of the luxury you get with the pre-built, is knowing that they probably have had multiple parts on hand just in case. And also there's a whole bunch of training, like being able to know the ins and outs of the machine and know how to troubleshoot it quickly versus, spending a day on chat, And chat support here is pretty good. I mean, Prusa support's, as far as I know, really good. I haven't actually had to use it because I never had problems with my printer that I couldn't fix. So, like I've never actually had enough printer problems with a Prusa printer to actually need chat support, as far as I know. But that was back in the Mark II days. Like, they've definitely improved their support since then. But I am, I do like that aspect of it, is having support available. Even with a kit, like most of the time kits don't even come with a support channel. Like, you're basically on Discord, or you're on somebody's, Discord with a bunch of volunteers, not people that work 24 hours a day. So, not that they work 24 hours a day, but you know what I mean. I need to get one screw started. It helps. Yeah, keeping the screw straight is really difficult. There you go. Yeah, once you get one started, it's not too bad. But I can tell like, some of these screws are not straight. And because the plastic has a little bit of flexure to it, if it's not sitting straight, then the motor's not sitting straight, which means it's tilted. If I was to improve this process, I think 4 screws are too much. I would reduce the amount of screw count on this motor mounts to probably 3. That way you have a more likelihood of not over constraining your parts. Because really, 3M3 screws, so than the plastic is probably more than enough. So, but the problem is they'd have to design the flexure to work with 3 screws instead of 4 on a four motor mount part. So, um, yeah, that's what I would do. I would try to reduce screw count and try to use the least amount of screws to hold the motor in place. Any of my printer designers that are still listening to me, if they agree, let me know. But ever since I watched the video Adam Savage did, like building the perfect keyboard, mechanical keyboard. He talked to the guy who basically spent like 3 years trying to perfect the keyboard, the spacer bar stabilizer, and make the perfect like keyboard stabilizer. And basically, he paid like a bunch of money to a design company that essentially said that most of their clients have over-constrained mechanisms, and they went with a compliant mechanism that didn't over-constrain the bar, the stabilizer bar, and I guess that removes a lot of the rattle in the bar. I guess they were trying to reduce the amount of rattle that came out of the board. So, I mean, I'm not that good of an engineer either, because I over constrain things too. But like everybody, you tell somebody to build a box, and there's like 5 different ways you could build the box. You could have mitered corners, you could have radius corners, but then the most important thing on a square, if you're building a box, is to have square sides, right? You can't just have a box that's trapezoidal shaped or, and then also, like recently, laser cutting boxes, right? I have laser cut boxes before, and there's a website called MakerCase that allows you to generate a box with T slots that can basically you can put together within 3 screws, and you can tell it whatever dimensions you want, inside outside dimensions, and anyway, but like I can make a box that's basically square, that uses just fasteners and plywood. But if you want to create a square box, you use a square machine. So a 3D printer or laser cutter can make square sides, but you still need to make sure that when you join the 2 pieces together, that they keep themselves square while you join them. So the other thing I like to do is, if you're going to build a box, is like have you can laser cut a wooden panel, so that part is square, and then you use overlapping joints like this, and then you 3D print your corner brackets, and the corner brackets prevent it from also getting out of skew. But then you can use your 3D printed part as a nut strip, essentially, to be able to screw in this side and this side. So they don't do that with this because they use the sheet metal as the framing, and the octagon shape of the Core 1 with the angled side panels, those struts actually are structural. But most of the squareness of this frame comes from the length of the rods. That's why the rod holders are important. So the rods and the back panel essentially keeps all the squareness of the frame, and the rods keep the gantry from being forward or backwards. They're like or tilted. So I could probably go into how the Core 1 is square. The big thing is that they use a single piece of steel that's laser cut or stamped. I'm not sure what they use, but essentially the Core XY frame is a single sheet that was computer cut. so that you know that the hoop is square. So every time you mount the rails, the rails are square to each other. It's not trapezoid or square or tilted or warped. There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. I like to tell people, if you want to learn more about fabrication stuff, like look at one YouTube channel I really like is Fireball Tool, even though he's kind of just like a salesman. But essentially he has like videos on like if you're trying to weld a box, like the heat from the welding can actually warp the steel. The steel itself can also be slightly warped over a length. So how do you make a box that's square and accurate with welded steel? And the main thing is jigging, and he's trying to sell his table. His welding table is like perfect, like machine flat. So if you mount everything to the table and you weld it, and you use the right clamps and jigs, the part should not warp. Or you can compensate for the warp, but yeah, holding the piece together while you weld it to prevent pull from the heating and shrinking makes a big difference. Luckily, there's no hot processes as far as I know on the Core 1. Like, they're not welding anything. Everything is just fasteners and holes being drilled into it. So, but yeah, the quality of these steel plates makes a huge difference in the quality of the whole machine overall. You're basically adding like 50 pounds, like at least 20, 30 pounds, or about 10 to 15 kilograms of steel to the Core 1 or to the Mark IV to make it a really rigid box. I've even considered I was considering a concrete printer where it's a concrete form box that essentially is like a single pour, and then inside of it has, like, when you pour it, you basically have metal mounting positions, and so the whole chassis is supported by a basically a big heavy concrete form, and it would keep it like thermally insulated, noise insulated, it vibration dampening. Like, there's a lot of reasons why I would use concrete in a printer form. The big thing is knowing, like, if you build it, it is not going to be maintainable. You basically have to mount all the components additionally to that part. So, yeah, I'm going through and doing a cross pattern. I'm making sure it's basically finger tight, which my finger tightness is like about half a newton meter maybe of tightness. I don't know. I'm not that calibrated, but I've used torque wrenches and essentially, was it newton centimeters or something, or newtons, like Newton in general, is a measure of force. What would be really smart to do is to actually have a force gauge and figure out how, if you have a screwdriver gun or your hand, just figure out, like, kind of calibrate your hand to figure out, like, okay, this is what 1 newton meter feels like, or this is what half a newton meter feels like. Like with this Allen key, if I push here, I don't think it would be easy. Like, you would have to be really sensitive to your motor movements, but yeah, like small torque wrenches would be really awesome to have, like, where you could just, if you're building printers or building electronic controls, you can actually say, hey, I have a printed part in Pet G and I want to throw it directly into the plastic. How many newtons of force do I need before it strips the plastic? Like, that would be a super useful thing to have. And I'm actually surprised that we don't do that. Not we, but I mean, as hobbyists, we don't do that. Yeah, this is really slow. Sorry. This is a critical part though, because you definitely don't want these rods. You don't want these rods binding on you. I haven't heard from the chat, so let me know if I need anything. Sorry, the music stopped on its own. But yeah, feel free to ask me any questions if you're listening or in the background or watching. But yeah, I'm not an engineer, but I definitely feel like I played one on TV. I'm gonna have all the gummy berries done before I finish this project. So I have a question for the chat then, anybody who's watching or listening. What Prusa printers do you have and which ones do you use the most? Okay. I'm not a professional engineer. Like, I have not taken structural analysis classes or anything like that. But yes, I am technically a professional engineer now because I'm doing it professionally. But yes, I know enough from YouTube University of just watching a lot of YouTube is like the difference between tension, tensile strength and yield strength and like all that stuff. And there's formulas like you could calculate the breaking point of a piece. And then there's FEA and, finite element analysis, which Fusion does have. And we could technically use that if we were really critical about like how much load our stuff can handle. But what we should do is like take a core 1, the model of the core 1, and figure out like what is going to be the resonant frequency of this chassis before we even build it. Just to know like what is the calculated resonance frequency, and then you know what you can compensate for. And I'm pretty sure they already do that. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they've had some way to figure out like, hey, this chassis, if we add a couple more, features here and here and here, it could reduce the resonant vibration. Because I'm hearing like, this thing is a resonance chamber. This thing is so loud. I cannot imagine that this thing is not making an insane amount of noise on a desk. You have stepper motors. Stepper motors are essentially oscillators, right? Like they're mechanical oscillators. They make pitch frequencies, and 3D printers have notoriously been loud in the past. And now we got phase stepping, so it's a lot nicer, a lot quieter, but you're essentially like you're taking a speaker element, which is basically a coil and a magnet, right? And you're putting dozens of speakers in a radial configuration and then mounting it to a resonance chamber. So essentially you're creating a loudspeaker when you make a 3D printer. And yes, there is ways to make the resonance of the step promoters in the music. I'm sure most of you have seen that already. Actually is actually a really good show. Actually. Yeah, I've definitely have watched. I pretty much binge watched a lot of the Actually episodes. And it's like, I'm not even that much of a nerd. Like, I wouldn't know half the stuff that they talk about. They talk about comic book heroes or sci-fi. I'm like, I barely knew enough about Star Trek to what they were talking about earlier in the chat. I was talking to one of my coworkers who's never seen Star Trek, like any of the Star Trek episodes, and I'm like, oh no. Like, I feel like I have to, like, at least you have to watch one of Voyager, one of The Next Generation, and maybe one of the originals. Like, honestly, I think anybody who has not watched Star Trek should just go and watch the Orville. Like, there's 2 or 3, I think there's 3 seasons of the Orville. And the Orville was a really good show, and I'm really disappointed that they don't have it anymore. You got 4 Mark 4S printers, a 3.9 that I'm going to upgrade to the Core 1. The first upgrade kit has arrived, and the other 4 upgrades delayed, but on the way. So let me ask you a question. On the 3.9, do you have to do a 3.9 to Mark 4S upgrade? Or is there's not really a path to do that? So are you gonna just take the Mark 3.9 parts and then just fill in the rest like I'm doing? Because that's kind of what I'm curious about. Is there not really the only missing parts from the Mark 3.9 to this one is probably gonna be you have the buddy board and the X LCD, the X buddy board and the X LCD, and then you're probably missing the NFC and Wi-Fi chip like I am. I did get the S. Okay, so you are gonna basically upgrade the 3.9 to an S, Mark 4S, essentially. Honestly, the price of the kit might be worth it because you're getting a high flow nozzle and a bunch of other stuff. I think that one is starting to slip in the plastic, but the other 4 are fine. It's tight, but it's not like super tight. But I don't think this needs to be super tight because it's plastic. I am not a fan of threading in the plastic. I don't know why they still want to do it, especially for this kind of stuff, which I feel is critical. Like, they either should use heat set inserts, which I know is labor intensive, or they should have put like a captured square nut on the bottom of this thing. Now I have to switch between printer sets. Yeah, and the other thing I noticed, I don't know if I'm wrong, but when you plate out parts on Prusa Slicer, you can't just plate out a job with different printer presets. Like, that would be really cool. Okay. Oh no. I did all of these screws. Wait, it's from the top side, isn't it? Oh, never mind then. I did it a little bit backwards. I'm pretty sure I can just unscrew this one. The direction of the print, yeah, that doesn't really matter, does it? So Combat Gnome, since you have 4 printers, or 5 printers, you're gonna convert to core ones. What do you print mostly? Like what material and kind of general thing that you print? You don't have to tell me specifics, but I'm just kind of curious on how, what people actually are using these printers for, because I actually got into 3D printing for combat robots, because I was originally wanting to do a CNC machine, which I ended up building a CNC machine, but I wanted a CNC machine because I could make parts for combat robots. And then I got into 3D printing because I was like, oh, this is so much nicer than having the CNC stuff out of like a block of polycarbonate. It's easier to run a 3D printer inside of a small room than it is to run a CNC machine. But yeah, that's what I was getting into. And then I did a lot with combat robots. But now I don't do as much. Right now it's organizational bins probably. I'm probably doing a lot of organizational stuff. But even like video streaming, like I have so many ideas of like ways to improve my room setup, where I could actually print mounts for lighting. I could print mounts for cameras. I could probably make my own Steam Deck thing, or Stream Deck and Steam Deck, really. Edgy replacement parts for kids' toys, and now for sticker replacements. That's awesome. So you have a sticker machine, like a inkjet printer or something that can make stickers? Because I'm actually, I just bought an inkjet printer, and I want to be able to, one of the things I want to do is able to do, you can do decals, basically water decals. Apparently the inkjet printers can do that. Let's move to the front left motor. This one. I did this out of order. Okay, so my bottom panel's done. It should look like this on the bottom though. I don't know if you can see it, but essentially wires going straight like this. And as far as I know, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a Z motor mount here, back here somewhere. So it's somewhere. Actually, I'm not sure. I think you actually have to route the cables like this. Just to make sure though. That makes sense. There's two left motors on the rear and one right motor on the front. But like cable lengths don't make sense to me why there's why would the right be the longer cable than the left? But I don't remember where the board is. But I know there is a Z board. And now we're doing the bottom pieces. Yeah, that's what I want to do, is other kinds of printed parts. I make 3D printed pieces to replace one sticker. Oh, 3D printed. Okay, cool. That's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, HueForge would be really nice to replace some printed stuff that you can't print. That's more durable. Like, I'd like to do wall decor, like wall art. That's all done with. I'm gonna place this in the box over here. That wall art that's done with just HueForges. And the problem is the size of the flat bed. But you can make a really nice looking tile of HueForges. But I think I'm gonna have to wait till the index before I do a lot of HueForges, because the MMU3 I think I could also do. But the MMU3, it still has to have quite a bit of purge. I just don't know if it's worth doing the MMU3 on the core one yet, but I might. A front profile, rear profile, and a universal profile. I think this is one. They are the shorter ones. They look almost identical. Yeah, I think the index is going to be... It's definitely going to game change the whole process. My problem, though, is the cost. It's not the cost, it's... well, it is the cost, too. But I think right now it's just get the availability. We don't know if they're going to have... like, how... It's going to take, like, another year, I would imagine, to get those shipped out to people. after the first batch. So it's like I didn't know I was gonna be building this until after the index was sold out. So I basically didn't have an opportunity to get the pre-order. They kind of randomly place these in layers. As far as I know, these are here. If the music is annoying, let me know. I kind of like it because it's not as dry. But I think streaming without music is just kind of boring. And this is just like generic electronica.
I don't think I can take this anymore. I might just break.
And that's the problem, is I think their kind of release was so slammed. But I don't see why they didn't expect like a huge pre-order. Like, it's been anticipated for a long time. I mean, at least a couple months since he teased it, but Spacer pen. Oh. These are called a spacer pin. Electronics and fasteners. Spacers, and then for M3x2 RT. M3x4 RT. I'm also curious how you guys found this stream, because I blasted on a bunch of channels. So I just want to make sure I'm doing that part right. It is really hard to find. I think YouTube has a different way of notification than Twitch. Like Twitch, I had to basically blast, and then followers would get notifications, just like YouTube. But like Twitch's algorithm is a lot simpler, I think. Basically, like, do you follow them and do you sign up for notifications, and then like they basically don't push outside of that. So you basically have to do it all through social media. Yeah, who was that guy at Murph? I don't know who that was. A much younger and more naive person, probably in their early 30s. I also realized I just described like half the people that go to Murph. I'll use the torch bit. They do give you a full handled torch driver though. That's so far been really nice. Yeah, I'm working on it. Oh, cool. I'm glad the YouTube algorithm is actually working as designed. That's cool. Well, just to tell you a little bit more about me, I went on a spiel last night. If you want to watch the VOD, you can, but it's a 3-hour long VOD. But essentially, my claim to fame was the backpack 3D printer. And if you probably have seen viral videos of the 3D printing events, my first one was a CMCC Eris backpack on a wooden frame. I have an interview with Tom Sandlander from 2018 about the backpack printer. I was looking at a way to do like a mobile exhibit where I didn't have to like stand behind the table. And I kind of saw that Naomi Wu did it. Like I was basically building it, and then Naomi Wu did a video around the same time of her backpack Delta. And so, you know, it basically just happened like last minute. It was like, oh, this would be a lot of fun to do as an exhibit, because Murph, you basically just show up and bring whatever you want. Nobody cares. And I didn't have to reserve. I think I ended up having a table, but I didn't need a table. I basically just shared the table with somebody else. So anyway, then the next year I wanted a better Delta printer, and CMCC was clearancing out their H2, which is based on the Rostock Max parts. And so I built the bigger Delta backpack and I worked for a CNC company at the time. So I had access to a water jet. So I actually cut the parts out of steel, and I had a friend weld them. And so it's a steel frame. And then another guy, Matt, who is part of 713 Maker. 713 Maker, he actually machines parts for 3D printers. And he machined all the parts out of aluminum for the H2. And from there, I basically did that for a long time. Then COVID happened. And then basically since then, I've been gradually upgrading. I tried multiple battery sources. I've tried every kind of like available battery pack system you could try. And now I'm Now I'm on using drill batteries from Harbor Freight because they're cheap and they're available throughout the US. So if I'm ever go to a show, I can basically just buy a battery at the show if I need to. But I have 6 drill batteries that I rotate in pairs. So I do 2 batteries at a time and I can hot swap them. And I basically use a series of diodes and fuses and voltage protection circuits and step converters. So I know enough about electronics to make that work. I had to do a lot of research on just how to do battery backup systems. I don't have like a current like active battery backup system where it can fail over, but like, you know, I've done enough with combat robots to know how to do a battery system. And it's all 24 volt systems, so, you know, it just works, right? The first one I was doing 12 volts. So 12 volt system, I used a lot of like power jumper packs, or I used like a 4S battery pack and then stepped it down from 4S to 12 volts. Problem is the power efficiency is not that good. Oh, I think I put the wrong one on there. So they're not the same pieces. They're actually symmetric. Oh, they're okay. I see. It's supposed to be like this. Yeah, so you probably have seen me. The problem is that I have never been able to properly document the backpack printer for myself. It's always been somebody else's videos, never my own. The one video I think that got kind of viral a little bit from Murph was when I took my one wheel to Murph and rode my one wheel with my backpack 3D printer on it. And I posted it to Reddit and got like, you know, thousands of votes, which is cool. And then it wasn't until like later when I started making open source was a big one for me. So I basically upgraded my Delta backpack and still doesn't seem flat. Oh, these pieces are not square either. Yeah, how do you know if these are square? I guess it doesn't matter. But yeah, I upgraded the backpack Delta to work with the Harbor Freight drill batteries, and then I added some lights to it and made it look all nice and everything. So, and I took it to open source last year, and that probably got me most of the views that I have now. And then from there, every year at 3D Printopia, I have at least 1 or 2 videos that kind of go make the rounds on Facebook or YouTube or Instagram. But I've never actually done a formal video on it. I've done a talk at Earth or 3D Printopia a while ago, but that's it. I mean, this is so far pretty foolproof. Except for this part has two panels, so I have the wrong panel. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I was looking at it this way. Yeah, so the 2 holes in the back, the front has cutouts for the port for the LCD. And then I need another one. I put back another universal one. So yeah, these are symmetric, so it says, what are your thoughts on the sensor? Sorry, I didn't read it. What are your thoughts on the sensor kit for the Core 1 that you get which may be able to improve input shaping? I think I would buy one. I don't think they're that expensive. I think with proper belt tuning, you don't have to really worry about it, but I don't entirely trust that you don't need input shaping, because it also depends on it really also depends on where you're, it depends on like your print surface. This thing is a resonant chamber, as I mentioned earlier. Like, if you have this thing on a wobbly desk, and this thing, it's basically it's resonance compensation is what input shaping is. Yeah. I think they call it input shaping, but essentially, I forgot what's the clipper version of it. But yeah, you definitely want to have some kind of compensation for vibrations and resonance, like no matter what you're doing. I think the accelerometer does a lot. Oh, cool, you have your second Core 1 set up. Now you have to assemble the second one. Yeah, I think they'll compensate for the mass changes, but I think because Prusa controls a lot of stuff on their builds, like since they have such a fine control of it, I'm pretty sure they just do their input shaping values based on an ideal condition with the right belt tuning and everything. But with the actual head weight and the printer being built properly. If you don't build your printer properly, or you have mods where you have different things on it, or you have different things on the head, I think the input shaping will change a little bit. But I think if you just follow their instructions, do a good belt tuning, and then use the latest Prusa slicer, which does a lot of the compensation in the slicer, like I haven't seen too many issues with VFAs, at least the ones I've tried. But I think any Core XY you try with stepper motors, with the current drivers, like we'll still have them, and I forgot what they call it, but phase stepping is what they call it now, I think. But yes, you should be able to control. I think if you do phase stepping calibration with the accelerometer, it will help improve the quality a little bit at certain speeds. But again, like I personally haven't had issues, but I know it's very dependent on where you are, your environment, where you put the printer. Like I'm putting my printer on a rolling table with a block of wood. Like it's not like a concrete bunker, Again, going back to why I think concrete would be super useful to have. So I'm popping these white things all the way in. I personally think they should have the accelerometer built into the toolhead. But I think what Bamboo Labs, they basically do their accelerometer tuning every single time it prints. And I don't think that's necessary. I think if your printer Core XY stage is built well and your belts are tuned properly, you shouldn't need that. I think to me, it's like bed leveling. If you have to have mesh bed leveling because your plate isn't flat, then you should fix your plate. Like your plate should be flat. You should be able to adjust your flatness of your plate. Same with belt tuning. If your belts aren't tuned or tensioned right and your bearings are wibbly wobbly, you're gonna have a bad print. And so input shaping is only gonna compensate, try to cover it up, but it's not gonna do a good job. Like I think you should have quality hardware before you start trying to do software changes to it. And that goes with every printer. Doesn't matter who makes it. And yeah, that's the thing is changes in your environment. You pretty much do it. I would just do it once to test it. But like, if you notice that you have more VFAs, it could also be your extruder is not outputting properly. There's like a lot of other things that can cause like inconsistent, artifacts. Yeah, flip it upside down. Yeah, I mean, again, it's $15, really. I would like to get one just to mess with it, just to see how the process works. Because I don't think the majority of people that buy these printers are not going to use it. But I also want to buy a hacker board because I want to be able to do some more automation to prints. So I kind of want to play around with their protocols. No, I'm not doing feet. Actually, you know what? This would be a fun project. I finally get to use these. It's interesting that there's only one M3 screw on each corner. Okay, we're doing I think mine are slightly different than that one. Gotta find which one this was. I don't know which model he used. This looks different. It's the same one, right? Can't tell. Oh, it's based on his design. I feel like it's different though. Yeah, that's the only one I could see of the squash ball designs. Is this one and the cleaned up version. But this looks completely different. Well, either way, I was just looking at to see how they install them. I think there's just one screw. And let me make sure this is the base assembly that I'm just doing. But they want you to put the rubber feet on, and from my experience, I don't like the rubber feet, so I'm gonna just put these on. Yeah, one M3 screw holding each foot on, because there's only one threaded hole. So, oh, okay, that's not bad. I wouldn't lift it by the foot, but like, it's pretty strong. This is also, I think, PCCF. So, anyway, I got these squash ball feet as part of a gift exchange, a 3D printing gift exchange at work. So, he was the only person I think that had a printer specific model. And so I was like, I don't think I stole it. I think I just got it. Like, oh, I had the stuff that I had stolen from me from the gift exchange, and then I just basically picked this one up, and then nobody stole this back from me because it is very much a printer specific mod. So but so far it's actually pretty awesome. I'm gonna really appreciate having a little space underneath it too, because I can put print sheets. If there's enough space under here, I could probably put print sheets in. tools and stuff tucked away underneath. Okay. Let's bypass that instruction set. We'll do this. See, now it's like really squishy. You can see how much it has flex. That's cool. Turn the flame upside down. The front profile must be facing me here. Attach the rear side of the bottom panel to the rear of the bottom frame. Ensure that the front side of the bottom panel assembly is aligned with the front profile. Place all the motor cables inside the center area. So then carefully lower the bottom frame onto the assembly. Ensure the assembly fits inside the profile. Make sure no part of the assembly is outside. Okay, so because I've seen the printer before many times, I know that the two front motors go here. Oh, sorry about that. Make sure all the wires are inside the base. Okay. Like that. Let me move the camera real quick. That'll give you a better idea of what I'm dealing with. Yeah. No, Jeremy is awesome. I really appreciate these feet now. I mean, I probably would have modified them anyway. I know we modified our feet with different feet at work. So, like, the fact that you can modify the feet because there's models available on printables, like, it's not that hard to reverse engineer either. Like, and I think that is kind of a little bit of a flaw. I understand why they do it because it would be more labor, but like, I don't know. Printed feet seem like a better solution. I also think it's funny that squash balls are probably more popular now, not because of the sport, but because of 3D printer mods. I like that it's doing a bunch of drum and bass. Like, it reminds me of the late 90s. M3 by 4Ts. I feel like drum and bass is like experiencing music, like club music, house music that I never got to experience because I was a teenager. I think I've only been to like a few raves in quotes because they were like at an anime convention in Dallas that had a rave, and the rave was like heavily policed so that nobody was doing drugs or anything, but it was still fun though. They had a good DJ and light show and stuff. But yeah, I feel like raves are not a thing unless it's like illegal underground. So they're gonna have you do opposite corners. Having a torque screwdriver is awesome. Like a dedicated one. I know these are like the cheapest ones you can get, but like I have the iFixit kit, which is also like definitely recommended, but there you go. I do have to bend it out of the way a little bit to get it to fit. There you go. Oh, it feels weird because this thing isn't level yet. So I also realized there's a ton of space under this printer. Like you could almost fit a whole nother printer inside of that case. I actually would be, I think it'd be so much fun to build a 3D printer that fits in the left cavity of the Core 1. Like a miniature printer that basically just fits in the side. I don't know how it would work because it wouldn't have any Z height. It would just print sideways, or it can print like a cube. It could stick out a little bit, but it could like basically be like a little. It could basically be the size of a Excel tile. Oh, that'd be a great idea. So it's a printer the size of an Excel tile that fits in the cavity of the Core 1, so it can print small parts while your other one prints bigger parts. Stupid. It doesn't make sense, but I'm basically doing opposite corners. I know it's different than what they're telling me. I think they're just trying to prevent you from turning too many times. I noticed that there's a few little blemishes and scratches on these panels, but there's nothing like super noticeable. And again, most of this is going to be covered up, so really I don't care about blemishes. But but I just realized like you can't have this much steel, powder coated steel with sharp edges and not get the panel scratching into each other. Like, I don't know how they're gonna avoid that in the future. Their powder coating is really good, but I could take a metal tool and scratch it pretty easily. But yeah, no wonder this printer is like super heavy. These are thick steel parts. Okay. How are we doing? Cool. So yeah, everything is tensioned. Hey, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. I'm gonna make an effort to like do at least a monthly stream or video. Depends on what I'm doing. It might not be interesting, but I might do some CAD work on stream. Even if it's just basic stuff like, hey, I want to make a multi-bin board. You know, just like showing my process of how I'm setting up my workbench. Yeah, they're just having you do one side at a time until they're all screwed in there, which is basically what I did. Yay, I already had how many gummies? That's a lot of gummies. Stack your gummy bears in 8 rows. Oh, I've definitely had like 3 or 4 rows worth of gummies already. Yay, base assembly. Whoa, now we're doing electronics. I'm trying to find the grommets. Pretty sure it's these ones. And then the thermal pads. Extra M3 by 10s. I'm gonna just put in here. Keep my baggies somewhere. Electronics and fasteners. One, two, three. Zip ties, which we got. M3 by 6 screws. And 3 by 3 by 6. One, two, three. Two, three. Keep it. Okay, or you get the buddy board out and get the buddy board. And the extension board and the cable and the multi-tool, which I already got out. Cool. Hey, look. It comes with the new NFC, so I don't need that. The Wi-Fi board is different though. So I will need a different Wi-Fi board. So I might just leave the Wi-Fi unplugged. I'm glad that there is an NFC board that came with it though. That is very good to know. I found the cable. This I can do while I'm sitting down. I think I'm gonna take a little break and just get another drink and maybe a snack, and then I'll come back. I'm making decent progress though. I think by midnight I should have everything done. I'm gonna go probably until, I'm just gonna go straight because I want to get this thing done. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn off my mic. Okay. I'm kind of back. I'm not really prepared for food for a long stream. I guess I could also just stop the stream and come back, but most of the time when people do YouTube live streams, they just have like 2 to 3 hours straight and then they make it a short one. They're not doing full on 8 hour sessions. I don't know how people don't just, I would eat a whole bunch and then do an 8 hour session and then, or 6 hour, whatever. So I think Connect Creator does take breaks on the streams. Also, I bet people don't remove the blue backers before they put them on the board because then it's just gonna be it's not gonna thermally conduct to the metal. They're wanting to be careful, I guess. If the edge of the layer is difficult, you can use the side of the Alti tool. Oh, that's clever. All right, you can use that. Although I just use my knife. I could imagine building this though with long nails. Yes, you can. You could probably do all of this with tweezers too. Yeah, I use my knife for a lot of stuff. Now let's touch the side of the board. Align the screw holes with the buddy box thread standoff. Fix the position of the you basically go in from an angle and screw it in. I think I've done this quite a few times, actually. So yeah, we're using M3x6s. Just to verify, it is an M3x6. Okay. And this, I probably will use the magnet attachment. Oh, sorry. I forgot the overlay. Again, vibe check, making sure I'm good. I know, it's not super exciting stuff to watch, but the main thing is that I am being thorough and watching every step, because Prusa does do a lot to make their instructions good. But yeah, if you have any questions about a specific part, please let me know. Yes, I have built a Core 1 technically before. So this isn't all new to me. But I'm doing this like I would be a newbie that has only assembled Core 1s. Or if I've only assembled Forons, I mean. So like a normal 3D printing person who's probably only assembled, basic kits. This is so much easier than a foreign kit so far. And foreign kits are only complicated because you have to basically prep the parts and technically, like, I've built printers from scratch, like, where I had to cut all the material from the raw material and make my own wiring harnesses and crimp all the connectors. And the only thing I haven't done is I have not designed the printer from scratch, where I decide all the parts, because honestly, I think a lot of stuff has already been decided for you. Like, there's a lot more thought and care into designing a printer than I have. The most I've done is the backpack printers, but really I never did that from scratch. I basically modified an existing chassis for a Delta printer, and I've used other people's mods and did some of my own mods, but it is a lot easier when you can design your own printer, because then you can make your own mods for that printer. Welcome, Magician 169. The only part of the build I hated was the feet. Putting them on earlier meant when I moved it, it pulled off. So I had to use the rubber cement. So about that, yes, the feet have been known to come off. I basically went straight to a mod, a foot knot mod. So I don't know if you've been watching the video or not, but I used the squash ball feet that's available on printables. So yeah, you got to buy squash balls from Amazon, or not Amazon, but squash balls from Amazon, and you basically print the feet part, and then you just use 4 M3x10 screws, and it's screwed right on, and it contours around the bottom plate. And the squash balls are a lot better at dampening, better rubber. The rubber is not going to stain. Generic rubber feet that I've used on other electronics projects are like the cone-shaped ones, the little, like the tapered ones that have a screw in the middle. Like I'm currently using for like the positron, are just a rubber feet that go on the M3 bolt. But like, this printer is so heavy that it really does need a lot of surface area. Like it's even the rubber feet that they provide to you are like pretty rigid. But yeah, the adhesive is um not strong, so if you slide it, it can peel. Yeah, rubber cement works. I think the problem with that is that we don't want to have people do like permanent things to their printer. I mean, it's your printer, you can do whatever you want, but I'm just saying you generally don't want to, for like service and stuff, if you ever have to replace a part, you know, you'd have to basically re-glue if something got damaged on the panel or something, you'd have to basically replace the feet along with the panel. I mean, I'm just guessing here, but uh, yeah, uh, I think there should just be a mechanical way to hold the feet in place. Like we should not be really relying on glue or adhesive. And again, a printer feet is kind of important because it does do a lot of the vibration dampening, and that does help print quality a little bit. Um, and also it prevents the metal thing from scratching your desk and sliding. Like, yeah. But it is a solved problem that we shouldn't have to reinvent. That's what I'm saying. Uh, but yeah, look for the squash ball mod, and I highly recommend that one. There's another one that we printed that uses TPU, and that actually works really well. So it's a PETG part that we printed, and then there's a TPU insert that basically acts as your foot. Yep. It's also cool because it raises the printer a little bit, so you can have storage underneath it. I probably will either print a bin or just shove stuff in there. I kind of want a bin that actually just slides in and out with a little handle. Hey, Lee Marie. Yeah, I think I looked on your Discord and I didn't know where to I didn't know where to put my self-promotion on your Discord. So I didn't want to like publicly do anything. But if you're subscribed, I guess you can you can get notifications now that I'm actually trying to stream more. But how was your stream? And what did you do? I know you guys do. You both do like 4-on mods all the time. But yeah, I believe there already is, but basically a little printed tray that fits under the core one that has like a place for the sheets and maybe a couple screwdrivers and stuff. A pull-out drawer. Actually, it could just be a pull drawer, so it could actually be the box and a thing that slides out, and then have it actually mounted to the underside of your printer, because there's nothing under there. It's a hollow space under the printer. So, um, oh, print kits, nice. Yeah, the air hockey table, I think that was like a couple months ago, and that was a really nice one. Uh, yeah, they're apparently the next print kit's gonna be really cool. I don't know what it is, but Matt has been teasing it. Um, but if you guys don't know about print kits are a monthly subscription. I think it's a monthly subscription box. That has all the electronics you need to build a project, and then you 3D print the parts for it, and assemble it. And I believe they even have filament subscription too, so you can get enough filament to print the projects. It's a continuation from the original Alien box. But yeah, Dave's done a really good job kind of remarketing it and creating the project and getting inspiration from the community. Um, I would like to get one, but I also just don't have the space right now, even for like small projects like that. So basically, what you see on camera is about a quarter of my room. Just to give you an idea. So my desk, my computer desk is right next to me. The rep rack is above it. And behind me is my bed. I'm using my bed as my part storage right now. So all the core line conversion kit is all over my bed. And then next to my desk, there's a bay window that kind of goes out a little bit. And I'm building a shelf specifically to fit in that bay window so that I can put my TV and video game stuff in there, because I cannot find a shelf that fits nicely in that area. And so I basically have all my video game stuff like flush against that wall so that I don't have, and then I have a little corner that has like a nightstand and a lamp that I'm thinking about putting an arcade cabinet back there. So basically every square inch of my room is going to be project related except for my bed. And then I have a closet, which is half the closet is closed and the other half of the closet is just full of boxes and project stuff. Like I basically don't have enough room to put a single, basically I don't have enough room to put another printer. Like the Core 1 and the positron is about all the shelf space I have. That's why I haven't gotten any bigger printers, because I would definitely like a 300 by 300 or one kit, but I don't have room. Like I'd have to take it out in the living room or the garage, and I don't want to do that. So I'm doing the zip ties now. There's 6 zip ties. Actually, there's 4 zip ties. Skip the 3rd and 6th perforations. Okay. So this tool is actually kind of cool. You basically put it down here. You put the zip tie down there and push down straight. And it kind of bends the zip tie back around upward. And it kind of also prevents the zip tie from going all over the place. But it's a really clever little tool. I'm glad they've kind of come up with it. The other thing I kind of wish they had was a square nut insert tool, but luckily they have gotten away from using square nuts for a lot of stuff. They still use them too much, but they have gotten away from square nuts as far as I can tell. The Mark IV has like a dozen, like more than a dozen square nuts. They use square nuts for everything on the Mark IV, so I would be pretty happy to not have to use square nuts anymore. I don't even think Vorons use square nuts. They use hex nuts that are inserted into like the stealth printer, but like I think everything is heat set inserts, as far as I know, or through hole bolts. But yeah, capture nuts are just a pain. Like I just can't stand them. So you don't put one in there. You actually skip it. Yeah, capture nuts are good for certain situations, but we use heat set inserts so much at work. Like I would just default to using heat set inserts for everything. Um, they're strong enough for most of the stuff you want to do, and they're cheap enough that like I can just buy them in bulk, and they're easy to insert. I don't know. I just oh, hey, thank you for subscribing. Uh, yeah, thank you for this description. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, so I'm actually here because I did Twitch for a long time. The last couple of printer builds, like last year when I did the positron build, I did that on Twitch, and I got pretty good. And the Twitch community is really nice. The 3D printing Twitch community is really good. But yeah, it's basically like MakerDeck and Pezliz and Zombie and Dummy Hedgehog. Like they're the kind of the main people that stream on Twitch. So it's like I hate that it's kind of fractured. I would like to do simultaneous streaming, but I feel like it's way too much to deal with. And the other thing is I have 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. It's over 1,100 subscribers on YouTube, so it seems like it'd be easier to get my footing on YouTube than it would be to continue on Twitch. So the other problem is that Twitch actually paid pretty good money. So like once I get monetized on YouTube, it would be nice to have the little $50 check every once in a while. But yeah, I made a little bit of money, at least enough to recover from, some of the, hardware I had to buy for these projects. Um, but it's kind of also hard to be sponsored by anything right now because I work for Prusa. So it's like, I don't really want to take on projects or sponsorships, but I will do it if the project is fun, if it's just something interesting. And then, yeah, I could definitely use the money, but like, I'm less inclined to have to like push for sponsorships. Really, sponsorships for me are being able to afford and enjoy rep festivals. Like right now, I can barely afford and enjoy a rep festival because they're just so expensive. So anything helps when I go to events, even if it's just like buying dinner for the night. Like, but I also want to help other people too because I know that the community has done so much this year for me that I can't even pay anybody back, and it's just hard to fathom how much has happened in the last last 9 months. Actually, the last year. Wow, it's gone really fast. But the fact that I was able to just get a job in 3D printing and work with people that I've known for years in the 3D printing community and be able to afford now, I can afford to move. And, it's just, I don't know. I still can't even describe how it feels to be here. So, but I probably still would be streaming 3D printer builds, but they probably would not be Prusa builds. It would be whatever Chinese kit somebody wants to send me for free. Like I just never buy printer kits usually. This is honestly the first time I've actually bought a printer kit in at least since COVID. I don't think I've ever bought a printer kit. I can't even remember the last printer kit I bought. I think the last one was the CVCNC H2, if I had to guess. Yeah, because I don't remember doing anything other than the Prusa Mark II was probably the most expensive printer kit I bought. Yeah, because that was like $649 back then, before tariffs and shipping were expensive. But yeah, looking back at it, like now you can't even get a Mark IV kit for less than 1,000. So, and then all the Chinese kits, like the LDO kits, are already premium kits, but now they're expensive and premium, you know. Luckily the resellers have been really nice and understanding and kind of making it still, you know, pushing the hobby forward, but I just feel like it's just really hard right now to be in this hobby. Good thing is filament prices aren't insanely expensive now. I think basically, I think filament has gone down in price, honestly. Well, not really. Like exotic filaments are still expensive, but like the average price of PLA and PETG is about $20, I think, or less. Um, that's kind of been true for a while. But yeah, being able to reuse and recycle your 3D printers and just keep the 3D printers you already have, you know, and make them sustainable is really important um, to a lot of people, because there are people that can't afford the latest Bamboo Labs, whatever, you know, and that Ender 3s are perfectly fine machines as they are. And the mods are not insanely expensive anymore because everybody's cloned them. Um, the wire management, I think we'll end up doing later. I already put the grommets on. Uh, this is going to be an issue. I'm going to opt out of the. I'm going to see if this works, but I'm pretty sure the Wi-Fi module that I have will not fit. Will not work with this printed part. But I will do it anyway. Yeah, so the module they gave me is just a basic ESP module. It's not a daughter board with the breakouts. And I don't think it will fit. But since I'll just probably put the cover on without the Wi-Fi board on it, and then go back and do the Wi-Fi board thing later. Mm. Yeah, I think it's supposed to fit M3 by 12 and M3 by 6. They use one M3 by 12 and two M3 by 6 booths. But yeah, you can actually technically just put the cover for the Wi-Fi without the Wi-Fi in it. So if you want it to be complete, you could actually just not have a Wi-Fi module in, and I believe it still works. It won't let you connect to Prusa Connect without any Ethernet. So I'm gonna just do Ethernet only. I don't know if it's gonna give me an error though. That's why I want to make sure if I can use the original Wi-Fi module, but I don't think it's going to work the same because it's a different Wi-Fi module. Uh, but interesting to find out. But I think tomorrow at work, I'm just going to order a Wi-Fi module. Um, yeah, I think I'm actually going to order the Wi-Fi module and maybe order either the advanced filtration or the camera. Um, we'll see about that. I have the fan already. Uh, I did acquire a fan from our parts bin, but that's about all I've gotten. The Wi-Fi module is gonna be a new feature thing. I think I can just buy the Wi-Fi module as far as I know. Actually, let's confirm that. Because they sell it without, you can buy the printer and disable the Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's an $8 module. Yep, $8.99. So yeah, you can individually just buy it, and that's not a big deal. Um, so I'm not too worried about it. Plus, I also think I'm just going to use it on Ethernet. I might not actually use the Wi-Fi at all. Oh, it's a sun. But yeah, I think printers, companies that use, I'll keep this pink bag because that's useful. Um, yeah, companies that let you like buy individual pieces instead of having to sell you the whole kit. Um, but this is supposed to fit in there a specific way. Actually, if anybody knows, how is this supposed to go on like this? The top pin is ground. And it looks like it'd be going to a ground plane. I mean, it still fits, technically. Like that. I can still put it on with the old module in it. It's not ideal, but can work. I wonder if I should I'm going to leave it off So I'm gonna leave it disconnected. Oh, it goes away from the bottom of the board? Like this? I don't remember when I did it. I would have to watch my stream again, or I could go. Yeah, this is interesting. I think I've done this conversion, or I built a Mark 4S, so I know that which parts are different. But I remember the Wi-Fi module having to install that a couple times, but I don't remember how it, because the new one doesn't let you install it wrong. Like, it is very specific. It just goes to show how repairable these printers are, though. Like, every single step is documented. So if you ever have to go back and okay, yeah, that's right. Okay. The biggest concern I have is that I'm gonna have to, when it's on my desk, I'm gonna have to move this printer away from me. So to get to the back of the printer is gonna be more difficult. Um, but whatever, I'm just gonna install this like it is. But yeah, that is the correct orientation. Is that way, facing up from the board. Of course, they're taking it off. Um, and they're replacing it. I think the only thing that really changes is that they probably have a better antenna and shielding, and then I think it, because it has a um, let's see. Yeah, I think it's just basically I think it's the same ESP module, just on a board with more breakout capability. So I think it's all done through SPI. So I'm doing this wrong, Rye. I'm skipping ahead. Oh, there's no standoff either, so I don't need to tighten it fully. Because it tightens through here, so it's actually an eyelet through the hole. And okay. There's nothing actually keeping it in place except for one screw. So it should be very easy to remove the Wi-Fi module. Okay, let's ignore that step. Okay, let's go to the power supply. I think the core XY is coming up after power supply. So, and 4x6. Yeah. Two of them. They pretty much allow, I think they pretty much give you one spare of each screw, generally. This one has a bent lead. Oh, are you dropping stuff? That was loud for you, probably. I actually have a pair of pliers specifically for that. They're called flat jaw pliers. Where did I put them? Probably just shove everything in a. There they are. These are called parallel jaw pliers. And basically, you can use them to basically manipulate. They're for jewelry making, but they work really well for straightening steel parts. Hold on. Uh, my mom brought me some food. Uh, so I'm gonna go off camera every once in a while and eat a bite. Anyway, power supply was a little bit bent. Again, these are printers that were just shoved under a in a print farm, so like I don't know the quality of them before I got them. Salad is so good. Sorry if there's food noises. But anyway, parallel jaw pliers. I think these were for beading because this was the beadsmith. But yeah, I think for doing kind of any kind of wire work. But I like these because they also hold nuts, any kind of square nut or hex nut. If you want to hold it in place, it works really well. I wish these were spring loaded though, like spring loaded open so you can grab stuff. Maybe I can make a mod for it. Um, so we're reusing the cables. But yeah, there should be two spade connector sets and two of the eyelets, and then the power panic has the micro click and the DuPont style Molex, and or what it's called, click mate micro click. I believe it's called, yeah. Yeah, so these are called ClickMate Molex style. I don't know the style, but you can see they basically have a positive retention plastic clip, and the actual board mounts are they're blade style, so they actually have a little the pins. The pins are gold plated, spring loaded, I think. They're very similar to JSTs, but I think yeah, so inside there's actually like a lever, not a lever, like a ramp. So it's kind of more like it's more like an RJ45 style connector. Um, anyway, if you are interested in doing Prusa stuff, you should invest in a set of ClickMate stuff, crimpers. Well, just get a good set of crimpers anyway. Um, sorry. It's super dry here, and try not to get sick, especially since I'm going to be flying out in a couple of days. And I just had a flu and COVID shot, so I know that at least it will be mutable, but you don't know. Especially with weather changes, you can get sick. Found just loosen those screw terminals. I think Prusa actually does read these comments on these guides. So if you ever have a problem, please submit them on there or the chat. Um, I wish they would let me get rid of the consent thing, but um, I appreciate they actually follow European standards. Um, explaining positive and negative. Our cable will have different connectors at each end for now. They're U-shaped. I call them fork connectors. The polarity of power supply is positive, positive, negative, negative. The red cable may have a black stripe similar to the red cable. Um, okay. So red, red, and it's forked. The prongs kind of curl up a little bit. And I think they go upward. Let's make sure. Yeah, I can kind of see from the picture that the little bit of a hook upward kind of keeps it, basically holds onto the screw terminal head, the plate, the washer, and it prevents it from backing out. So it has a slight like curve to it, basically. And then do black wires. I like to have them overlapping each other like this, so you're not pulling the cable too much. My neighbor has a Tesla, whatever, Model S, whatever, and it sounds like a spaceship through the window, like when they pull into the driveway, like makes a like the coil line sound, but it sounds just like the movie UFOs. Yeah, there's Teslas everywhere here. I talked about that last night. I would much rather have like a slate truck where it's like nothing, just a screen that gives me uh car audio, or I just want like a CarPlay or Android Auto screen, and that's it. Like, give me a gauge for speed and the stuff that you legally have to have, but like, I don't want to have 50 other things on the dashboard. Driving's already distracting enough. Um, but again, I've always had very basic cars. Both of the minis I've had, the Volkswagen Golf, all that stuff were basically bare bones. I think the nicest thing I had was like an automatic climate control on the Mini. The Mini actually had a little auto climate control thing, but that was like the most luxury feature thing I had. Um, oh, okay. Put that in the box. Grommet, M3 by 4. And we need 2 of them. Ugh. Wait, where were the grommets again? They're all in there. Here they are. So 2 of the small ones, 1 ceiling plug, 2 of the small ones. Two of the big ones. Hey, that looks right. That looks right. So it seems like you do it this way. And this goes like this. And then one goes the other wall like that. See, they show it like this, so the smaller diameter facing downward. Um, I know it doesn't look like it though. But like how they describe it, it looks like insert the side with the smaller diameter facing downward based on where I am now. So it should do this, like that, caps it off. That means on the back side, you actually see an O grommet. So I'm going to assume it's that. It just looks different from the picture. On the top side, and then put one right here, close to the corner. Okay, and then this one here. That. Now we get the power supply. What I'm trying to check here is that they tell you to put the cable through uh this this hole right here. So that does not have a rubber gland on it. And I'm wondering why that is. Seems like it should have a rubber grommet on it. If anybody who built one knows why they didn't put a rubber grommet on the bottom. It is strain released. As far as I know, they probably zip tie bottom here, so it's not going to move, but vibration could eat through the insulation and short the power supply out. Unless I end up, I might be doing it later. I don't know. Just weird that they do it afterwards. So for demonstration purposes, I'm doing it this way. And I'm going to paint it. Okay. Now we do the buddy box. Yeah, so the two M3x4s are just mounted. Make sure it doesn't fall out. But these are just mounted with screws on the side. I mean, so far this is pretty simple. I think the tool head is going to be next year is pretty much mostly done. I think belt routing might be a little complicated. I think the core XY is essentially the most complicated part of this whole assembly. Yeah, and so there's screws on both sides. Oh, this uses a torque screwdriver. There we go. You know what I didn't see is where the grounding cable is going to go. I don't remember that part. Oh, that's right. This thing, it just covers the wires that go to the buddy board. Okay, fine. And a 3x10. They put the M3x10s in the tiniest bag. Oh, these are M3x10 T RT. Sorry, you get to hear rustling. Also, the music stops. I'm gonna figure out why they. I think the music only plays one page at a time. Or I think I just stopped it. There you go. And I'm also using square nuts. Hey, Pezliz, welcome. Sorry, I'm a trader. I went to the YouTube side of streaming. I didn't. I found that not a lot of people do Twitch streaming for 3D printing content, but I don't know. It was hard to move over because I'm used to like raids and subs and stuff. Also, I'm eating as I'm streaming. I don't want to eat all the gummy bears on it with no protein. Oh, thank you. How are you doing, Liz? I'm getting up and down, so I want to make sure I'm statically discharged. Oh, that's awesome. I would love to do that, but I'm too far away now to go to the to Polar's event. But it looks like fun. I hope you guys. Was it a gift exchange or something? I don't know exactly what it was supposed to be, but the other Mitch is really awesome. I'm glad there's two of us. Technically, there's three of us. There is another Mitch in Colorado that is in the 3D printing. Oh, square nuts strike again. Oh, that's cool. I think he's doing PHA filament now. Did you guys make PHA? I want to try some of that stuff. I didn't get it because I didn't go to. I think it's because I didn't go to Rocky Mountain that I didn't get one. A roll of it. Attach the PSU cable cover here. What's crazy to me about this whole thing is that I don't remember what this cover does. I'm also not sure why they use Torx randomly. Like, it seems like the Torx bit should only be for things that need to like never come apart or be easily removable, like because you don't want to strip the Allen key. But like, I don't feel like you need a Torx bit for like half the stuff that they use Torx for. We did Boopiter and some translucent orange pub. Oh, it sounds like a nice color. I still want to get a custom purple made for myself now. I'm gonna look into it with the Jesse line, but there's like a minimum order quantity for custom colors, and I'd have to sell a certain amount to make up for the cost. But yeah, technically I could get custom filament made. Oh yeah, these rear fan things. Yeah, if I could get like a group buy of just people that really like the color purple. There's like, obviously the one I use the most now is Purple People Eater, or Purple Eater is what it's called. And that's pretty much the one I use the most, and that's Jesse. And then Nomad got me this when he went to he got me this stuff, so Ambrosia filament. This one's called PLA Sparkle Galactic Grape, so it's like a translucent purple with glitter in it. So those are my favorite purples right now. And then I have a Nightshade Elixir, which is nice, but it's not really purple. It's kind of a dark blue. Yeah, Purple Eater is the best for like a grimace purple, but I kind of want like a darker purple, and I kind of want metallic. I want my purple to be in a Pet G, because I think Pet G is more useful than PLA. I think I'm gonna run out of desk space soon when I have to do the full assembly. So this might get real tight. I'm putting the mouse and everything off to the side. I'm trying to eat the salad without being weird. I just don't like eating on camera, but I don't have to. The fan grid. The thermistor. Fan grid, fans. So this is a laser cut part. but you can see how fragile looking it is. And I know why they do that, because wouldn't be hard to print this, but I feel like this should be a printed part than an acrylic part. It's not too bad. I think as long as it's in the in chamber. I think the other reason is because this might be difficult for them to print reliably on a print form, and it looks nicer with the acrylic. But honestly, I think they should just print that part. M3 by 30. I believe that's 4. Yep. Yeah, I really am liking the embroidered filament now, specifically because they are the other place that isn't Polymaker that has ASA and ABS in different colors that aren't. Okay, that said, Prusa does have Prusa ASA, which I'm sure is really nice. But for ASA, I think I don't know. It's a toss-up. Galaxy Purple ABS was really good for Polymaker stuff. But I think with filament nowadays, is like if I'm not buying it from work, if I'm not buying it from work, it's specialty filament. So it's going to be something I buy specifically for a color or material property that we don't sell. But yeah, there's other purples out there that I would rather have. What's stuff I also got recently? I'm not sure what those, but it might have been that ambrosia I just showed you, but I got this at 3D Printopia. This is a Amolin. So Amolin makes a PEBA, a PEBA. So it's supposed to print like PLA, but it's super flexible and rubbery. And I'm excited to try that on a reliable printer. It's kind of up to how the extruder handles things. Oh, I only got 2 screws out. And there's also a thermistor cable. I gotta go find that. I think it's in the electronics. Yeah, most of this is me finding stuff, and I don't show it on camera. So, oh, chamber thermistor is in here. Okay. It's 300 millimeters long, which is about 11 inches. So that is correct. Or 260, which is about 8 to 10 inches. Okay. And yes, I do have a metric tape measure. The mat, I wish I could get a metric version of a cutting mat. I'm sure I could find one somewhere, but a metric cutting mat would be really nice to have on a desk. Newmaker, yeah. Yeah, Newmaker had a pretty big booth at 3D Printopia, so it'd be cool to see what they are doing. I don't get a chance to really talk to everybody at 3D Printopia, so it kind of just becomes I don't know. I don't know who's who sometimes when it comes to that stuff. Um, correct. I have Nightshade, and I really like the Nightshade elixir quite a lot. Uh, there you go, like that. Let me show you that. I got Nightshade. It might look different on camera, but I kind of use it sparingly because I don't have a lot of it. Um, and it is kind of a specialty filament, but it looks like a really shiny blue on camera, but like it has a color blue, purple shimmer to it. And then like the silkiness of it is really nice when it's printed. You print it at like 245. Yeah, Nightshade elixir. So this is good stuff. Uh, it's also on the old spool design. So I don't know if they're going to switch over to the new spool design. So I know enough people complain about the AMS not being compatible with those spools. Yeah, I'm not sure about formula or temperature or anything like that. I know you have to print it hotter. Um, we've uh, we've tested the strength of it. And it seems really strong to me. I don't know how the old stuff was, but I think some of the brittleness also could be the um, how it's printed or how it's stored. Make sure the header of the zip tie is facing the same way in the picture. It must be this. So that is where the cable starts. Oh, I think that's just so you're not pinching the wire. Um, yeah, I can see how people break these acrylic things. Luckily, it is printable. I think it is a printable part. I hope it is, because I'm sure people have damaged it or want to make their own custom design. There you go. Seems very secure to me. Got the worst wire cutters. I need to throw these away. My good wire cutters are in my tool bag. I just don't want to get them out. I'm gonna put this away somewhere else. Right there. I only use these. Okay. Yeah, starting to be taking up the whole workbench. Uh, you should be able to see it though. Uh, yeah, I'm really happy with the Elixir series. Oh, we also have I forgot what this one's called. Oh, this is aquamarine. So this one's also a really nice color too of Elixir. But yeah, I don't have any of the other colors. I know Electric Lemonade, I believe it's called, is the one that looks like gold. Um, the orientation of these wires are like this. I know from experience. So they go downward just like that. Oh, I am wrong. So I have a fan without the sticker, but I am wrong. This way. But the wires can join to the middle. I'm getting to. Orient the fan so they center with an RE. I guess it's the British way of saying center. I need an American English translation where everything's in freedom units and how many cheeseburgers long the wires are. Okay. Weird that they don't use all four. They don't use 8 fan holes, but again, we're going back to over constraining stuff where you just use too many screws and then you just create fatigue points that you don't need. Um, I, I haven't watched the videos about it, but I don't know what, like, apparently people from Linus Tech Tips have been, uh, like, leaving to start their own channels. So I wonder if they are struggling. Um, I mean, they've, I hope they sold a lot of screwdrivers. These things are awesome. Um, but I also realize they're expensive screwdrivers. That are definitely a luxury item. Nobody really needs a $70 screwdriver, but this thing is gonna last me forever. I'm hoping. But I always buy, if I can afford it, I usually get the most expensive tool I can that does the job. I can hear the acrylic, so I'm not trying to, I can hear it, a little bit of friction from that. And get all my fingerprints off of it. Doesn't have to be tight at all either. Yeah, I don't like how it doesn't fully like. It really should just be a printed cover that just kind of holds. It has a clip for the thermistor and goes over here. Like, I just don't understand why it has to be a piece of acrylic. Why couldn't it just be a little box? like a little fan cover that just clips on there. I don't know. Especially since they have to not only that, but they have to use a different type of acrylic. Um, than the I think this is a different type of acrylic than the acrylic for the side panels, and it might not even be acrylic. It might be some other kind of thing, but it looks like acrylic, and it looks like it's laser cut. And just, I don't know. I guess the printed part was more expensive than getting 100 of these made. I don't know. That'd be interesting to know. Hey, Vince, welcome. Uh, but yeah, I am building this as unbiased as possible too. It's like I acknowledge that Bamboo Labs sells a P2S and a P1S, and the P2S is like $500 less than this printer and has more build volume and AMS compatible. Um, with the AMS, it's still under the cost of a Core One, so like I totally understand it. Uh, but I don't know if the P2S is super repairable. I don't know how repairable it would be. If it's something that we could do as why are we doing the profiles? I know what we're doing the profiles. So we can do the bottom and back panel and sides. So this is like the base of the frame. And then I think the Core XY is a separate assembly. I think that's next, actually. Oh, we're doing some wiring, bottom panels. Oh, we got a ton of stuff to do. And then the heat, oh God, the heat bed assembly. I forgot about that. Yeah, this is going to take me way longer than I thought it would. But yeah, it took us about a week I think it took us about a week to do at work. And yeah, yeah, the heat bed. I think I can get this part done in the next hour, by 5 or 6, and then I'll do the heat bed. I'm gonna try to push till midnight tonight. Um, but this is a really crazy project. It would be different if I wasn't streaming it. Sorry, I'm trying to eat again. I hope this doesn't sound bad on mic. I'm using a lavalier mic, but I'm also using NVIDIA Broadcast to do voice filtering. So I'm not sure what it picks up and what it doesn't pick up, but it's supposed to make it sound a lot better. Um, different cutouts. But yeah, I think they're identical. Okay, so now we're getting into the rivets, and self-tapping screws. Yeah, the rivets are fun. Yeah, there's only one of them. And this is a ground screw. So this is supposed to be where the ground connection goes between the panels. So the power supply is grounded, but it might not make a good connection, solid connection to the chassis. So they have an actual like cable that's specifically going on there. I'm gonna keep the nylon rivets out because I'm sure I'm gonna need them. I have 4, 3, 2, 3, 4. Put them by the gummy bears. And 3x4 RT. Still trying to find these screws. They're tiny. I think I might do these. Yep. For those, it looks like I need the nylon rivets. I need 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I spent about 9 days on that upgrade. Oh no, you had to get a new heat bed. Well, the good thing is that the Mark IV conversion, the heat bed was already tested. uh, so as long as I didn't damage anything, it should work. Okay, so now I gotta get the rear panel. For those of you just joining, I earlier I skipped the rubber feet that stick on, and am using squash ball mounts. Oh, interesting. So I have to unscrew these rear panel screws. Oh, actually, wait, how does these? Nope, it's upside down. Like this. And the tabs go up, and yeah, this is a big printer. Oh, it's not a big printer. It's just the bed size to the actual overall dimensions seems large to me, but it's about as compact as you can get. A Core XY, I think, without because your print head has to overhang. So on the right rear corner, attach the rear profile to the right corner using end without flanges, align the holes, and secure. Okay. Usually they give you a heat bed tested. Um, Usually they give you like a little paper slip that shows their quality control testing. Um, so I'm not sure if the heat bed was defective or it probably was just maybe it got damaged in shipping or how it was installed. So I'm not sure. But I hope they were able to get taken care of quickly. They're usually pretty good about sending out parts if they determine that they're defective. Um, although the problem with kits though is just we can't guarantee that they are following the instructions and didn't damage the thing trying to install them, because we would lose a bunch of money with people that don't install things correctly. But like, you also can't be blaming the customer for everything, because it could also be that we didn't write the instructions properly, you know. Um, that's kind of the weird thing about customer service. We have as far as I know, we have a pretty low error rate in terms of like defective parts because we do a lot of quality control testing. But yeah, like if these printers are not assembled correctly, there can be issues. But I mean, they have what, probably millions of hours of testing uh, with a print farm. I don't know how much testing the Core One has had, but I know that they use the Mark IV platform. Okay. Well, that looks easy. This is probably why I didn't do a rubber grommet for the power supply. It's because it's going through um, two pieces of steel. Yeah, don't pinch the wires. I was about to do that. There we go. Yeah, so the bottom panel, yeah, the bottom panel literally rests on here. So um, it rests on the base plate. And I think that's how they square why the base plate is square to the rest of the chassis is through um, all of that. And I think the rivet, as we're talking about, is this one right here. So to show you guys better in camera. Uh, it's gonna get to the point where it's gonna, there we go. Sorry to move the camera. It's gonna be rocky. Make it a little easier for you to see. I have kind of a janky camera setup, but there you go. But essentially, I'm putting a rivet here. Okay. Now insert all the rivets. Sorry, I'm so used to saying rivet nuts from work. Because these are a lot. I wish these were rivet nuts. That would make it so nice to install these. See if we get a tool to do it. I think the rivets actually secure the frame to the chassis like really well, like surprisingly well for a plastic uh, tool. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. Okay. Now install the self-tapping screw into the bottom opening. Do not over tighten. And this is a Torx head. There we go. I believe that is a grounding screw, as far as I can tell. It's cutting into the metal pieces so that they actually are properly grounded to each other. And the base has a proper ground connection, which makes the back chassis grounded. But even though the power supply itself is also grounded, so I think it is just absolutely making sure there's no restrictions on grounds. I've never cleaned the power supply. Cool, looking good. Power terminal screws. They're number 6 screws. The one imperial screw in this whole kit, which I do not understand why. I think they're screws I already have. I believe they're in here. Yeah, I already got them. These are from the Mark IV kits. From the Mark IV, I mean. They come with star washers. Star washers they have little prongs that kind of bite into the metal, or bite into whatever they're biting into, and that basically makes sure that they actually have a good contact and don't back out. But yeah, you can see they have the little star points, but yeah, those kind of bite into the metal, underlying sheet metal, to prevent them from backing out. Guide the power cable bundle through the rear panel towards the buddy board. Take one red cable, about to connect to the terminal, tightly from the outer tighten. Attach the black PSU cable to the second terminal. Take the second red cable and stack it with the red cable from the extension board. Secure both cables together in the third terminal. Carefully guide the X-code between the fuses. Should the press against them. Attach the black PSU cable to ready. Make sure it does not obstruct the hole underneath. Make the power panic cable to the right. So like all the cables. I might have to do this. Good thing about the new feet is you can basically reach under there. Oh no. Yeah, proper grounding is useful for a lot of things, not just shock protection, but uh, AMI shielding, and they're also static shock, and also I think the most important one is interference, like EMI shielding. So the problem is this printer is essentially a giant resonance chamber, so it can attract a lot of electrical noise. This is hard to do. Hold on, I'm gonna put it on the edge of the table and look underneath it. There you go. Um, make sure that the motor cable is not getting twisted around our cable. So I'm gonna straighten these out, then these back flat. The terminals are bent back. I'm gonna do it where what it looks like they're doing it flat side downward. So it comes side downward like this. And then this is done with a Phillips. So I'm going to switch over to a Phillips 2. And you kind of have to cut through this terminal. They're a little tight, which is good because it kind of prevents it from being loose, make a bad connection. So yeah, I have that Phillips is actually the wrong head. It should be this one. Yep. That's the right one. Yeah. People don't realize like one Phillips screwdriver is not the same. And I like these the screw terminals to be like uniformly up and down. I know it's really a pet peeve, but If they're perfectly up and down, it looks nice. Uh, like the picture. So here's the cable from the red board. And we're stacking it on top of this red one. No, I want the flat side down, the flat side up on the black wire to match their picture. Yeah, I'm going really close, but I'm just saying. Oh, you didn't know I've streamed on YouTube? I don't. This is the first time I'm doing it in a long time. The last time I streamed on YouTube was in 2019. The last stream on YouTube, I believe I was building the H2 Delta printer backpack back in February. Uh, and I don't remember what I did on that stream, but before that, I built Rostock Max V3. Yeah, a Rostock Max 3 V3, and then I also did some mods to some other Chinese printers. And I think I even have a video somewhere. Maybe I live streamed a build of the Prusa Mark II. Don't remember, but I was looking through my YouTube live streams and I was just like, what did I do? I don't remember. I remember doing some of it, but it was like a lot of like, it was at other locations. It wasn't at my apartment. So I don't think I had a good setup. I think I was just doing it all from a laptop and a single webcam. Uh, but I like this setup a little bit better because I'm using basically two computers. Uh, the MacBook is my informational one, where I can read the chat and the instructions, and it's separate from the OBS. And my desktop's running OBS. So, uh, but yeah, I can simultaneously stream on Twitch if I wanted to. I'm considering it, but I don't know. I just feel like I should just continue doing YouTube streams, and because honestly, to me, the reason I do it is because editing sucks. I don't like editing. I mean, I like editing. I just think it's super tedious. But welcome. And it's also that I wanted to get this thing done. Like, I'm going out of town in a couple days, and I don't want to get this printer done, so I don't have it as a lingering project. There you go. And I'm running the wire through the fuses. They don't show it, but yeah, they do. Okay, so you don't want the wires to have any structure. You basically want the wire to be right over it. I'm actually wondering what the red wire actually does. It doesn't make sense that the red wire would be on the board side. Um, Maybe the rear side. All right, I'm looking at. I think I put the extension cable on the wrong way. Yes. Okay. So you see here, you actually, they say, plug the X body connector with the free red cable to the extension board. That could be a mistake. So basically, you'd be feeding the 24 volts back into the control board. The extension board would not be getting power is essentially what it would be doing. As far as I know, that's all it's doing is providing power to the extension board. So I don't know if anybody caught that, but essentially this red cable has to be the connector going to the extension board, not the board itself, because I was wondering, this is 24 volts, so a 24 volt positive, the board doesn't have any way to get 24 volts. The expansion board doesn't have 24 volts running to it through these cables. It probably only has ground connections, which is probably what the black wires on here are for. So I'm assuming I'm assuming the expansion board wouldn't work if you didn't have that plugged in correctly. But I'm glad they kind of said it, but I didn't read the instructions carefully. Is what I was saying. Here, let me do this. I'm gonna move the camera again. We're gonna go a little bit closer down into there, and I don't have good lighting. It's also just dark in here, and the lighting is not behind me, it's in front of me. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna actually rearrange my lighting situation. That should help a little bit, maybe not. Anyway, I'm not gonna touch it. Okay. Now that we figured out I plugged the wire in wrong, where am I? Okay, and make sure that the black wire is out of the way. These are going to be tilted sideways a little bit so that they don't obstruct the screw hole. So I'm tilting the terminal to this way. I'm tilting the crimp so that the screw hole has clearance. I don't think this is going to help, but adding more light to the room. I turned on the closet light. I think it's just really hard to see with this camera. But I think I'm almost done with this step. The power panic cable is next. It's going here. So like so. They leave it out of the way from the Earth's connection. Okay. And we're going to make the stepper splitter and stepper cable. And we're going to turn this whole frame upside down on its back. Want to make sure nothing is being obstructed back here. So I'm actually going to move the MacBook cable. So what I'm going to do here is give us a the MacBook plug is going to get moved out of the way. This must look interesting on camera. I don't know. But yeah, essentially, don't have enough plug space. I'm thinking about moving the plug from the power bench down underneath it or behind it. Actually, I have enough room on my other power strip for this. Oh, it just fits. There we go. Sure, that sounds great. And I also realized I should probably vacuum the floor. And picking out crumbs from the carpet while I'm down here. And that makes for great content. Okay. That's what happens when you eat at your desk all the time. Speaking of which, Swedish meatballs, frozen dinner, my favorite. ASMR content. Content. I honestly I hate the term content. It makes it sound like we make videos because we have to. Um, I just like hanging out with people while I build printers, and I hope this is a useful guide for people. But I mean, it's going to be a 13-hour long video, so I would have to go through and edit it. No, a second. Well, I'm gonna make sure I share it also. Sorry. Let me mute for a second. Okay, I'm back. Um, sorry, the next step is what is it resting on? Oh, it is resting on the USB or the Wi-Fi. There you go. Put the iFixit case in there. Okay. Then I had to go eat and doing something. Dreaming is actually pacing my food. Usually I eat a bunch and then sit and don't do anything. So it's nice to be able to take breaks and eat. So what we're doing. Oh, they tell you to use a piece of foam. Okay. I can't move it back any further on his desk. Um, anyway, sorry if anybody's still here. And then also my music died. I need to get a better music system. There you go. Okay. I had the stepper splitter cable through to the 3 zip ties on the left side. For now, leave hanging fully outside. Guide the Z-axis motor or to the 3 zip ties on the left side. So that's this. Oh, that's not right. We're actually taking the cables from here. And fishing this up to this side. Like so. Make sure I'm doing that right. Okay, so cable through here. Like so. And then this board is a splitter cable or a cable splitter. But essentially all it does is stepper splitter is just takes one stepper input and literally just attaches it to the other 3 steppers. So it's putting 3 stepper motors on one driver, which I'm not too fond of, but I understand that's how they got around the upgrade. There is an input direction and an output direction. I don't think it matters, but it might. So, yeah. Just make sure this is the arrow pointing in, and then the rest of them pointing out. So. So this is your the right, and then the two Z lefts go through here. Like so. You can actually see which one is connected to where. Like that. I think that's very similar to how they did it. Yeah, that's exactly how they did it. Locate the two spacer pins on the bottom from the inside of the frame. Thread the splitter and attach the holes opposite the pins. Check the correct orientation for the part of the logo side down. Push the alignment header onto the pins until you feel a click. It secures. Push the center of the board. It is necessary to apply a significant force. So we're basically the Prusa logo is facing downward. It's lined up on the both holes from the backside. Yep, that's all the way in. Okay. Now get the LCD cable and the FE cable. The FE cable that they're talking about is black. It technically should be green. Don't know why it's black. That might be a good question for a Prusa. I thought that was a regulation, like all ground wires have to be green and yellow. But yeah, I believe it's this thing. It's kind of a big cable with a bunch of crimps on it. I'm realizing the webcam has been blocking my face, but it must look kind of weird. Okay. Well, let's do this. Should almost be done, and I'll move it. And so the stepper wire goes in here. And then the ribbon cable. This is the end with the QR cable. Guide the LCD cable through the rectangular opening. The zip ties on the left of the frame. You basically put the ribbon cables both stacked on each other. Like this. And you want enough slack that it comes out of the LCD like that, out of that panel. So you want this to be about 6 centimeters. Which, if you're being really amazing, 6 centimeters, like that. So, not a lot. Honestly, I'd rather have more slack on the board side than the front side. But actually, you kind of want enough slack that this thing can pull out if it gets jammed. Hold it like that. Okay, so the longest run is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three. 3. The fast on is in here, right here in this bottom corner. And we are inserting it in there. Insert it all the way. Take number 2, which is this one. Insert it loosely into the hole at the bottom. Okay. If I had to guess, it was probably going to be on that side. Okay. Take number 1, which is the long one. Go to the right side of the frame. Push the connector through the rectangular opening of the front profile, keeping protruding at 6 inches. 6 centimeters. That's it. Okay. I wish I would kind of give you, if you have to do any mods or add anything, you can. What I would do, honestly, I don't know why they might do as a mod. A physical on-off switch for the printer should be a little 24-volt power switch here, like a 12, like on the very front. That would be kind of cool. Or like a power switch that you put underneath the printer. Just something simple that, like, they don't really have a power switch. They assume you just leave this thing on all the time. Are we doing exactly 6 centimeters? That's a joke. I don't think so. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just doing stuff. For me, it's so I can wire manage all this stuff under here and have enough slack. But sounds like they ought to zip tie it. The zip ties are visible under the panel, but you barely can see them. An interesting thing to note too is on the bottom panel. This is visible from inside. These like 6 holes or whatever here could all are all threaded, so you could theoretically like mount a whole nother assembly underneath here, like a chamber heater or more power electronics if you wanted. Because I don't think these are actually used. I noticed that you guys probably can't see anything inside there. It looks like the app crashed too. Give me a second. Yeah, this GoPro doesn't like Doesn't like the setup. There you go. Made a little boot. But anyway, you can see I basically zip tied the wires through here, the PE wire, and then ran the ribbon cable up through these zip ties up here, and gave myself about 6 centimeters of space with some extra slop. 6 centimeters is about like here, so if you can basically measure it to the bottom of the chassis. But yeah, you don't want, it's kind of a pain if this thing slips out. So the push the FE cable through here. And wrapped it around the chassis, actually. Around this cable. Yeah, wiring is really boring. I realize that now. So what I'm going to do is take all the cables, tuck them behind the ribbon cable, which I don't think you can see. But essentially, you can see the ribbon cable is up front. And then I'm tucking the wires behind the ribbon cable and then zip tying it so that the ribbon cable is on top of all the wires when it gets zip tied. Yeah. So the ribbon cable is basically attached in there. You can't even see it, but essentially it goes all the way up here and here. They're all tucked out of the way. The LCD cable. There really is a lot of slack. Like they don't give you You can pretty much adjust it however you want. Um, now they're kind of dealing with cables on the bottom. So they say on the bottom, loop the power cable bundle around the Z motor cable to shorten it. Secure the loop. So this power cable bundle here, you kind of like bunch it up like that. And then the only way I could probably do this is have the GoPro on my head mount to like really show you how I do stuff. Um, they also do the PE cable. It's a whole cable bundle. I think the music stopped again. Ah, no, it's still on. Just really quiet. I'm gonna put the PE cable and the ribbon cable on a zip tie as well. It doesn't tell you to do that, but I don't like it being just loose. Yeah, I'm gonna put some time together so that they don't come apart from each other. Just makes it easier, I think, to manage it later. Also tucking it behind the Y splitter cable. There we go. Okay, now we get to change angles because that was really hard to see. It's looking good. Oh, it's almost hitting my workbench. I don't think my workbench is enough for this. There we go. Now, still doing wiring. Between all the rear facing wire. Should be easier to see this time. Okay. So M3 washer and M3x6. Just one. Yeah, just one. A single washer. Okay, so There you go. Yeah, this is plugged in here, so. And then the Z connector. This is the one next to the expansion board here. There you go. Oh, it's the labeled ZR. Can't even see the labels on these. Oh yeah, ZR. We're continuing to do wiring. Let me sit down for this. I'm going to move the camera over. There you go. Oh. Anchor Deck IRL in February. That's cool. I didn't know that. Oh, I skipped a bunch of steps. We're almost done with this part, and then I think it's on to the Core XY. That's how you do wiring. Uh, okay. Arrange the cables as shown. Route all cables along the right side of the buddy box. Make sure all the cable guides to the zip ties and the buddy box not under them. Place the LCD cover over on the cable over the other cables routed upward. Connect the LCD to the slot on the side. Secure the cable arrangement by tightening the bottom zip tie. I've seen people do it this a different way, but this seems to be the way to go. So what I'm going to do is route all the cables. Like so. Just going to shoving the wires in there and uh, yeah, I'm doing up and over. So the ribbon cable is pointing downward. Nope, I did it backwards. Yeah, so the cable goes, the ribbon goes away from the board. And I just fold these cables upward. And the stepper cable can go tuck behind here like that. Red cable goes between these and a cable like that. And I'm gonna zip tie everything. There we go. Take the ribbon cable off and twist it the other way. I don't know. That looks about right. M10 screw and PS cover. I'm rearranging the wires so it doesn't get in the way of the other our wires. Oh, and twist it a little bit. There we go. Now, I'll put a wire screw through here. Hey, Lions, how's it going? No. Yeah, cabling always kind of sucks on every printer. Doesn't matter what it is. It's only actually suckier if you don't have the right cable. Like if they don't give you a lot of leeway, like if they don't give you a lot of slack, or it's in the really tight corners like this, or it's like I could have installed the wires, the ground wire, like way ahead of time. You know, like having to install the ground wire after you mount the power supply just doesn't seem really efficient. Um, there you go. I could have totally done this ahead of time. You know. Also, this sucks because there's one screw holding the cover on the left side, and you got to make sure there's enough space on the ground lug to have room for it. So you basically kind of have to tuck it under the other ones and make sure it's secure. First, make sure they're all secure before you tighten it. Hello again. I hope you had fun today. You do anything interesting, our creators? Or the other game? I'm making good progress though. I mean, it's just tedious and slow. Like I'm taking my time. I'm being super careful. Um, I corrected myself at least once. Um, the big issue I had was that I almost I almost switched these connectors because the red one goes to the expansion board. The expansion board gets 24 volts positive from the power supply lead here. But if I plugged it in here, this would not get 24 volts. And I think you would be able to, I think people might have problems with that if they do that. Flip it. Oh, I'm not overdone. Almost done. I haven't done the Core XY. The Core XY is the compiler and the bed assembly. Core XY and bed assembly. I'm just doing base assembly still. Like this is still considered a base assembly. It's doing all the wiring for the power. Um, yeah, it's crazy how much you have to do just to get before you can do the main parts. Um, but I'm not like I'm also trying to avoid using Allen keys at all costs because Allen keys suck. Like this, the M3 screw. This thing actually has to go over this metal boss, and then the M3 screw actually goes on there. So this I remember being a pain. It's so hard to get this thing to sit on there without pinching the cable. Yeah, party in the back, not in the front. Is that how it goes? Or that's a mullet. Uh, the core one is the mullet of the Prusa family. Um, let's see. I will say the printed parts are pretty good. I could tell the quality control really matters on these parts. Um, I forgot what's Megabonk. Is that like a party game? Yep. Yeah, good to see you. Tivrion. Tivrion? Is that right? Welcome. But yeah, they long 1/4 inch X bits that fit on a standard screwdriver set or a ratcheting wrench or a power screwdriver. I'm not doing this with a power screwdriver mainly because I'm trying to do this how I would do this if I was not if I had no experience building this printer. Does that make sense? Like I have to kind of go back and try not to like cheese through stuff. I want to do it like by hand. Oh, that's right. 3D Vampire Survivors. Yeah, thanks. Glad you guys came back. I know it's just a slog. Like really, once you get to the sub assemblies, it's not bad. I've had to change some lighting stuff over. Reminds me. My lighting is an interesting situation. I basically have a garage LED light, like a LED light that was meant for a garage, on an old like lamp, lamp stand thing, a lamp with no lampshade, and it's essentially reflecting all the white light around my walls to try to prevent having shadows. But you can see it casts quite a bit of light. So like in the doorway, it's all casting from the other side of the room. So really what I need is I need two lights behind me pointing at the subject. And the problem is that the desk light is pointing towards the camera. So, and then where a ratcheting screwdriver and there a godsend. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. I might invest in a Wera set. But Wera sets are expensive. Um, anyway, next one is. Oh, thanks. This is. If you saw the rest of my room, it is basically entirely cardboard boxes. My whole bed is covered in cardboard. Um, and I have a tray of eaten food. And then where the Core One is gonna live, right now I have the iBose filament dryer. So I'm actually considering putting the iBose dryer on top of the Core One. Because I don't have anywhere else to put it. So we're gonna see how that works out. Um, the Core One is a very long. It's a very tall machine. It's also a very wide machine. You definitely should. It would definitely take up like half of a small, like it basically be like the size of a nightstand if you put it on a nightstand. It's not as good. It's not as big as the Core One L. The Core One L will probably take up half of your desk if you have one, like a standard size desk. So, uh, be prepared. Yeah, I am gonna be starting to build more shelving, because I do not have any way with an apartment. I basically have to screw stuff directly into the studs. So I'm basically gonna, as much as I can, I want to try to use French cleats for everything, and do the least amount of damage to the wall, if that makes sense. So I'm going to be drilling holes in the wall directly for studs and do a lot of shelf hangers. Uh, so the kind of shelves that you basically screw 16-inch spacing, um, or 32-inch spacing between the studs, and then you just hang the rails, and that way I can get more storage. My closet is completely full with IKEA shelving, and as much as I can, and I still don't have enough room. I was full of medium-sized Prusa boxes while building Core One, also heavier. Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I've lifted quite a few Core Ones since I started working here, but they're surprisingly dense. Um, and apparently the Core One L is lighter weight because they switched over, or yeah, the Core One L is lighter weight, um, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I think they definitely went thick on the steel for the Core One. Um, okay, so we did a PSU cover. Hey, now I can finally eat my Haribo. Haribo. Yay. Good thing I ate real food though, because I'd be sugar high right now. Good thing I'm not diabetic yet, or else this would suck. Oh, I am so. Look at that. They only want you to eat 5 of them. I already ate like half of the bag. Let me guess. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Bad assembly. Okay, fine. Let me move this out of the way. Now I don't know what to do with the box. The box is gonna have all the spare parts in it. Um, this is going on the floor. Oh, sorry, that was loud. Okay, now we're doing the bed. So when I started this, the bed had they had me replace the thermistor on the bed. It's also a new heat bed cable. Because I think this one's longer. Red. Black. I'm not sure what this is for. Oh, this is a filament sensor. Oh, God, I have to assemble the filament sensor. Forgot there's even more sub-assemblies. I'm kind of wanting to get through the Core XY tonight. But I'm making good progress. I think I should be able to finish tomorrow with no problem. And 3x10 RT. Two screws. I think it was hex nuts. Oh, lock nuts. Problem with putting all the screws back in the bag is that they keep falling out. Yeah, definitely print a bin, an organizer bin, if you do this. There's a pretty good one on printables that I saw somebody suggest, but I did not do it as I was taking the printer apart. But again, I'm doing this how I think I would do it if I didn't have anything. Um, I think I need to clean with alcohol again. Okay, have a good night. Yeah, the stud finder and make the dad joke. I found a typo. Okay, the unlabeled ends. Okay. These are my this plier is a good nut holder. And then so this is the Torx. Oh, wrong orientation. You went the thicker part of the. I'm doing this backwards too. I'm being left-handed, but um, yeah, you want the thicker piece facing downward. Get the screw started here. Um, it's kind of funny because I have built a lot of the things that we use to do these operations. Um, and I know how much easier it is to do these with assistance. Yeah, they don't really give you a lot of helpers. Um, M3 nut and M3 RT. I don't know why they didn't combine those two. They don't. They also don't tell you on here. They didn't tell you where you got the where to get the cover from. They just assume you get it from the bag. But it looks like this one. And then this is the cover part. You need an M3 by 10 RT. Just one screw. And a 3x10 RT. And 3 nuts. Okay. Um, they're using the screw pulling technique where you basically use a screw to force in the nut into the capture here. These aren't too hard to do though. Like so. I'll never use a a nut in here. Okay, now we're to the carriage. I guess we don't do the cap yet. Dinner tonight, grilled cheese and tomato soup. That sounds amazing. Yeah, I agree. I would want soup too. I had salad and a Swedish meatballs and Haribo. Oh, I have some crackers too. That's also good. I'm putting the bed here for now. Expansion joints, which I have already here. One, two, three, four, five, six. Let's see what the rest of them are. Is that right? Mm, I'm missing one. Oh, that's gonna suck if I can't find this expansion joint. Tools over here. Spare parts. More tools. A new ERB. What does that mean? Okay. Now I gotta go find something all tiny that's dropped on the floor somewhere. Nope. Ah, good. I left it on here. I was freaking out though, because they don't give you any spares. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm glad I found that one. M3 by 4R. Two, four, six, eight. One spare. No, this way. Is this like just... There we go. Grab myself. Okay. And redress. Okay. So the tricky thing on here, it looks like, is maintaining the angle, but the slot is opposite of the, you're basically like you're pointing towards the center. I'm not sure how accurate that has to be, but as far as I can tell, it's this screw here on the top of the expansion joint and the bottom screw. This thing can basically shift parallel like this, or it can flex a little bit like that, but I think it's shifting parallel because they can expand. So when the bed expands, it doesn't, these little pieces can move a little bit. I think that's all they do. And then they also thermally insulate from the PCB, I believe. As far as I know, they basically kind of point towards the center. But yeah, it's really hard to make these accurate. Attach one expansion joint to any in the same orientation shown. Mostly U-shaped groove. And decide to point it towards the screw by the expansion groove. Slot on the screw, cross fixing with a wrench. It's just on the key, the expansion joint and its correct orientation, as shown in the illustration. Maintain the expansion joint in the current orientation and firmly tighten. Repeat the procedure for all expansion joints. Follow their correct position. I mean, I'm looking at the picture, but I mean, the picture doing them all in that orientation that they're showing, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, I know. I'm reading it, but it also gives me pictures, and if I'm relying off the pictures, I want to make sure it's actually what they say. But yeah, so far I've only found one typo. But showing how they're showing in the picture, you're basically lining up. You're basically lining it up to expand. Basically from the center outward. That's what it looks like. Okay. They'll look basically in the correct orientation. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. That's not what they really show you, but they don't really show you an accurate position. I'm just okay. So far, that's good. RGLV strip, cover, the cover, go from electronics to fasteners, and then a diffuser from the core XY parts. Right there. No. They don't even show the spacers. Yeah, this cheat sheet doesn't even show the spacer length. I mean, I have calibers, I can check it, but I have 3 by 3x10 RT. Okay. Three millimeters from the folded edge. Find the middle LED with the screw on the carriage. The LED cable must point to the right. After sticking, press lightly on blank areas of the strip. They do not touch LEDs or resistors. Oh, don't touch the LEDs or resistors. So basically, right there. Looks good to me. Again, using adhesives. I'd rather these LEDs like have a printed part where you just slip it on. Okay. I touched the resistors. Oh well. I could technically test the LEDs, but eh. One side is glossy, one's matte, attached to LED strip on the cover, matte side up. Okay. It seems pretty easy, but they definitely would have to do this. Yeah. Yeah, again, this is another thing that could have been a printed part, but I get it. This is probably, again, easier to do without printing. I also think it was a heat issue. And we have 3 zip ties. They only give you 40 zip ties total. So if you mess up enough, I don't think they give you a lot of spares. Um, I think now it's doing non-electronic music, which is actually kind of nice. I sorted by genre, that's how it's playing the music. Man. Because we're not putting the PCB on yet. Looks like we're re-greasing the bearings. So, So it doesn't look like I have a applicator. It came with Prusa lubricant, but it didn't come with the applicator, and I don't think I have one in my stash. They should have included one with the printed parts kit. I think what I'm going to do is oh wait. Nope. I think what I'm going to do is use a cotton swab and actually reapply grease. It had too much cucumber. Why would you have cucumber on a grilled cheese? Well, I should probably print the lubricator since I don't have one. Unless I want to drive to work and get one. So I never got an accessory kit with my printer. Yeah, I mean these are already been lubricated, as far as I know. They've already been packed with grease. What I might do is just add a little bit of lube to a swab to kind of freshen it up. It just won't pump lubricant inside of it. That way, at least it has. So I know they don't want to over lubricate, but I think it needs something. I think they just want to make sure that you actually lubricate your bearings. They're going to be hard to get in and out of the Z-axis, I think. All I did was kind of wipe dirt out of it. Just reapplied the grease. But I'll definitely print a grease applicator for the future. I think I'm gonna take a break and get some more food. Okay. Where was I? So basically, I'm going to just try to get through this bed assembly, and then I'm done for today. So I'm probably going to get pizza. I can have leftover pizza tomorrow. Pizza's usually the cheapest option, especially if you pick it up and don't pay for delivery. I can't stand paying for food delivery. Um, just doesn't make sense to me at all. Um, what do we need? We need the bearings, M3x10s. I would have saved so much time if I would have just had all the screws laid out. I might actually do that tonight then. See if I can like separate the screws. Uh, uh, they're all kind of loose anyway. Yeah. M3x10. M3 nut and then to 10 M3 nylock. Nylock. Yeah, the bag. You see the bag is just loose now. So it's 10 of them. 4, 5. 5. 2. But as far as I know, you can basically take the bearings out of the rods. I'm pretty sure without having to take the whole thing apart, since the bearing rod holder is on the top. Actually, maybe not. You might have to take the whole assembly out. So Place the coring bed mount onto the bearing, ensure the correct orientation, press the part, and apply a force. Sure it moves all the way down. You may feel a click indicating those plastic part is seated. What's cool is their parts look really good. It's just crazy to me that their quality is that accurate. That's it. This one. And go. Okay, we're centered. Ah.
These parts have E2 inscribed on them, or debossed on them. So I guess it's the revision number. Okay. Insert the lock nuts into the bed mounts. So there's just enough flexure that if it has to bend like this, it can. Um, they don't tell you which way. They don't tell you which way the nuts, I don't think, go in normally. Like how deep they should go in. Okay, that's pushed all the way in. But this is the right one. Oh, like this. That's pretty easy. Yeah, actually, I don't think organizing the screws would really help that much other than having more desk space. That's why I'm bringing one at a time over because I remember we had to do it. We had to basically do it in our office and bring stuff one at a time over. So kind of doing it like that because I don't have space to spread out. If I had space to spread out, I probably would just put the screws all over the place. I don't know. A little tight. So it looks like it can flex, I guess. It kind of, yeah, so I guess it could flex a little bit this way, but not a lot. Doesn't really give you a lot of room to flex. So I'm not sure how these two pieces are patched. They look like they're welded. Um, okay, next is oh, I think I already have those. These are from the Mark IV. M312T. M312TC or CT. Oh, there's one screw. It's like a countersink. M34BT. Okay, so there's one long countersink and then a bunch of smaller countersinks. So if I have a bag, mm, still trying to find it. There we go. And pay that one. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. Spacers in here. And nope, no aluminum spacer. So check it out. Uh, if I can't find this spacer, I'm just giving up on the whole project. So this is gonna be me for the next 20 minutes until I find it. One single spacer can go missing. If it fell on the floor, it's gone forever. So the bed spacer, the center bed spacer that come out of the Mark IV. It does not come with one in the kit. Well, yes, I could probably get one for work, but whatever. But pick out all the parts I needed. I put them in that screw organizer so I wouldn't miss them. I don't think there is a spare bag, but I can check. They kind of give you the their bare bones of everything. Like it's like a Prusa for one kit without like essentially electronics and very specific fasteners that they assume you have. Why they have the instructions written differently. Pulleys, magnets, thermal pads, and in the small bag, there's spacers, but the spacers are for, I believe they're the 2mm spacers, not the 5mm spacers. They only give you 3 of those. Insulating insert. I think those are those plastic ones for the carriage. Yeah. Well, It was, but it's just more annoying that they couldn't just find us. Oh, duh. It blended in. Oh my God. I need to highlight stuff with color and just, I think I'm tired. That's what it is. At least I don't have to stop. That's all I care about. Putting a stupid bed on. I'm over it. But thanks. You're right, though. It was not hard to take the bed off and put a new one on. And it looks like that's the first thing you do is actually put the uh, spacer on and put the bed on. I figured I had it in there, but that's why I think I should have just gone through and completely made sure that everything was sorted and visible. Like, because everything is silver and black. I mean, that's why you label things in bins. But you're right. I was not looking. I was panicking again. But I think the bed assembly is almost done as far as I can tell. I'll put the bed on. Before I put it on, I'm gonna try to wipe it down again. It's isopropyl. Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna continue past the bed assembly. I'm pretty much the point of stopping after that. Like the core XY is more critical. So the core XY is the most critical part. So I don't want to mess up the core XY part. All my fingerprints. There is some scratches on the underside here, but I think as long as it doesn't short. It's actually around the magnet. So something must have attracted it. You can feel the magnet actually attracting. Maybe get a different stool. That stool's really annoying. the heat bed on the carriage is secure there. Do not fully tighten. Make sure the thermistor cables, center parts are routed under. Yep. Yeah, I think a drop-in aluminum bed replacement would be pretty awesome. Um, Especially if it had like all the magnetism, all the magnets like the foreign beds have. Doesn't even have to be an AC bed. It could just be a better silicone bed on a piece of aluminum plate. So center, edge screws, edge screws, edge screws, and then corner, 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 bed, center, edge, 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 edge. The front edge feels a little slippy, but I don't think there's any way that thing's moving. So I'll cover. M3x10s. These are the M3x10s. We have two of them. Cover. And a textile sleeve. The electronic full chamber. About 520 milliliter. Yep, exactly 520 milliliters. Okay. Put the LED strip cable from the bottom to the rectangular cutout. Okay. Got LED cables and thermistor cables and then bed cables. Okay. It's about 1 centimeter, which is exactly right. It's actually deforming the plastic. I'm gonna bend the leads down a little bit. Mm. I wish I would tell you how to do the textile sleeves um, easier. There you go. Cool. What they show you to do. And trapezoidal nuts. So two from the printer. 3x18s. One's from this bag. I would put the new one on the rear. So that way these are evenly done. And then M3x18. Two, four, six. Just kind of curious, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 18. It's 12. Um, I think I can sort all the parts in these bins. I think I have enough parts to do it. Okay. Okay. Now I gotta make room. Put the printer on. Eh, Okay, now I'm doing this. Take back assembly orientation for you. Place the bed spacer onto the rear motor screw heads. Make sure it stays in place. That. Oh, the heat bed cable. Very carefully thread. Keep in mind that the spacer is on the rear motor. Avoid the spacer of the heat bed cable. The whole, yeah, the cable must be behind the heat bed. Or under the heat bed and behind the rear motor. Oh, okay. So it has to be here. Yeah, that makes sense. Uh, Okay. Yep, that's correct. Under heat bed assembly and behind the threaded rod. Manually, thread, trapezoidal nuts. It doesn't matter which holes you use. A trapezoid nut, you can push an Allen key through the holes. That's part of. I think just like I'm gonna use the threaded holes, kind of like on the Mark IV. I think the Mark IV used threaded holes as well. I kind of remember hearing about that. And go, and then this. It's a new one. It feels smooth. Okay. Yeah, I think that's right. Um, so you can use a 1.5 Allen key. Uh, place them. Okay. And then yeah, they're showing the threaded parts. Um, so you're basically putting an M3 bolt into an M4 hole, which to me is a little weird, but Hey, see you later. Thanks for staying on so long. Pretty sure this is the last part, unless they want me to wire the heat bed. Might also be next. Yeah, I'm just screwing in the trap. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. Make sure that I definitely want to make sure I evenly tighten them because they if these aren't centered, they're gonna have a little bit of wiggle and they might bind. I definitely don't want to bind these, but I think you can loosen them so they have a little bit more play in them. But the lead screws feel good. At least they don't over constrain the these have a little bit of wiggle. So they're not over constrained either. Yeah, so these are really tight. And then we do LED cable. Almost done. Thermistor cable. And then heat bed cables. Yeah, so that's about the right amount. Okay. Terminal screws. And there you go. Cable tie. This says route the RGB LED cable through this first one. Right there. I think. Plug the heat bed thermistor into the connector next to the power terminals. And nope, still going. Okay, I think that's it. So we just did. Okay, so we're officially doing the Core XY assembly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's say it's about an hour each. I should be able to get it done tomorrow, if not Monday. Probably Monday. I'll try to get as much as I can done tomorrow, but tomorrow might be crazy. Depends on what we end up doing. But yeah, I'm hoping to get it done at least by Monday. Tuesday, I got to pack. And then Wednesday, I'm leaving. So I was hoping to get it printing with all the upgrades before I left. But I don't think it really going to happen. But the main thing is that the bed is pretty much there. Yeah, the Core XY assembly should take about an hour. Panels are actually pretty quick. The filament sensor and the extruder aren't too bad since I have the extruder mostly built, it looks like. I've been cleaning up all the boxes so I can put them back in the original box. I got quite a few more. I got a whole bunch more parts to put on. So these boxes don't want to go back together the same way. Okay. Yeah, I'm putting everything kind of back where it was in here in case I have to stop working on it. I might do something like build the filament sensor if I get bored tonight, but I think I'm kind of burned out. Pretty much nothing left. Like there's not nothing left, but it's all Core XY parts basically. And oh, the plexiglass and a bunch of excess cardboard. And a bunch of foam. I should build a case for my Core One so I can travel with it. But it is so heavy that it would actually be oversized luggage. It's not a travel printer, that's for sure.
I could bring the positron, but honestly, I have friends in Dallas that have 3D printers that I could probably ask them to do a favor. If I really wanted something printed there. I don't have access to our makerspace anymore, so yeah, there's a bunch of cardboard in my bed, so I'm kind of cleaning it off. Should read the handbook. Stickers. Nice. Yeah, this is like how to handle and do maintenance, troubleshooting. I can also, oh, cool. You can flash your own firmware on there. The slice, troubleshooting steps, print, flexible plant, different types of. Actually, a really good guide. There's a lot in there. Okay. Nine and a half hours. I've done this for 12 hours now. A little over, almost 13, 14 hours. If you don't count the breaks. Okay. Whoever's left, have a good night. I'll be in tomorrow. I don't know when, but I'll start streaming and blast socials. So I'll see everybody. Bye.